someone who will open the meeting with a word of prayer ama kutupa dua, just a volunteer.
Let's pray. In the name of the Almighty Allah, the most gracious, most beneficent, and most merciful, we want to praise you and thank you for giving us a gift of life and allowing us to attend this meeting. We ask for your favors and blessings. We ask for your wisdom and guidance for all the participants in this meeting. Amen.
Thank you. It's always good to start with a word of prayer. A few housekeeping issues. For accommodation, hope each and everyone had a nice sleep or stay within the hotel. And if you noted, the accommodation was on BB, that is bed and breakfast. For dinner, we will be reimbursing, that is for subsistence cost facilitation, of which we will be able to do in the course of the day, so that we can be able to cater for what you spent yesterday and what you are going to spend today. The same case will apply with transport. We will be also facilitating for that, for what you are able to spend yesterday, and the rest will be able to cater towards the end of the session. To mention, after today's workshop or dialogue, we will be having a cocktail down there. We'll be able to get more information from Jemima. A point where we'll be able to interact, deepen our discussions, and share experiences from the dialogue. And in case, if you have any issue with accommodation, you can kindly alert Jemima. Kindly, Jemima, you can raise your hand so that people can know you. That is Jemima there. She will take care of your accommodation issues. In case you want to change the room, in case you have any issue, kindly liaise with her. The event will be live streamed. As you can see, our team at that corner putting up their gadgets. So I make a humble request. We be within the thematic area of this meeting, and I hope so that the same can be relayed to others who are joining us via online or virtually. A humble request: we are living in unpredicted times. COVID-19 is with us. I have just dropped my mask, but kindly don't put on your mask. We have made sure that we have some. If you don't have, it can be availed from the team led by Immaculate. Immaculate, you can raise your hand so that each and everyone can see you. In case you have a deficiency in mask, kindly liaise with Immaculate. Again, as you will note, for each and every seat, we have been able to put up sanitizer in case you greet someone, in case you touch something, always sanitize. Without much ado, we are going to invite our first moderator, that is Daktari Godfrey Nato. Kindly let's welcome him with the jovial clap. Hip, hip.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gerald, for allowing the participants to give me that nice clap in the morning. It gives me the energy to survive today, I believe. I think my responsibility today is very brief. I'm supposed to moderate the first session, and the first session includes introduction and some welcome remarks from some of our key stakeholders in this forum. So I want to start by calling upon of hand in hand. Kevin, if you can come forward. Kindly introduce the team from hand in hand and then top it up with a few remarks. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Bwana Waziri. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all well. We are also fine. I will introduce our team from Hand in Hand. Maybe before I start, I will just let me introduce myself. My name is Kevin Majuek. I work for Hand in Hand as a project manager. And we are here with a team of, maybe I can request them to stand as I introduce them. Yeah, next to me is our CEO, Mr. Albert Wambugu. Then we have David Ngeti, our project officer. We also have Colin Somondi, the project officer. The two are based in Mombasa for our Waves of Change project. And at the back we have Esther Lusweti, who is our PR and communications officer. And then we have Gerald Gishuki, who is our branch manager for our Mombasa branch. Yeah, thank you, team. You can have a seat. Maybe I can just give a small introduction of why we are here and our interest in waste management. As you can see, hand in hand, our main vision is to have an empowered society where the communities can be able to create sustainable jobs and enterprises. And that is a very huge mandate that we can't achieve as hand in hand ourselves. That's why we seek for collaborations and partnerships with various organizations just to help us achieve on the overall objective. And at the end of the day, we serve the same community, we serve the same humanity, and we have the same vision for them. In our Mombasa branch, we have a project called Waves of Change, whose main aim is just to empower the communities to seize various opportunities which are there in waste, where they could see waste as a resource, not as a useless item. And also as they do that, to ensure that the environment is clean, it's sustainable, so that whatever we throw away, we can train the communities to see this as a resource. So that is the main aim of that project. It's a 3-year project, and we had our first stakeholders meeting where a number of us attended. The Waziri was there. Thank you for that, Waziri. And we will be seeking for collaborations and partnerships with you and other organizations so as to ensure that our mandate and the objective of the project is achieved. And I know in our own different organizations we have similar projects. And I know if we bring our heads together, we think together, we do collaborations, we will reach far and ensure that all these objectives and the plans that we have for communities is achieved. Thank you. As for now, that's all we have as hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for the introduction and the few remarks you've given. I want to recognize the presence of the team from WWF, headed by Madam Nancy Kitaika. And at the same time, I wish to request Nancy to come and make a few remarks. But as she is coming, I don't know if we have other WWF members, so that you stand, we introduce you, and then Nancy can make the remarks. WWF team? I know Alex is online at the moment. Wherever you are, Alex, you can carry your hand. We will see you digitally. Thank you very much. So let's welcome Nancy to make brief remarks on behalf of WWF. Welcome, Nancy.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, so Zani, kindly stand up so I can introduce you. Zani is our lead for communication based in Ukunda and in charge of our coastal Kenya region. Thank you. Alex is a new father, so he's not able to join us today, but I think he's somewhere online, so we recognize his presence wherever he is. A few other members may be joining us today. So that said, thank you very much, Dr. Nato. My name is Nancy Githaiga. For those I haven't met, some we have met online, others I know we have been friends and we have worked together, so I'm really glad to meet them today and to also have an opportunity to engage today and probably tomorrow, if that will be possible. I think for me, I'm really glad to be here for this dialogue. I think everything starts with dialogue. All the things that we see that have been done, the decisions that were made, they all started with people sitting together and dialoguing, if there is such an English word. And that is the difference that we see today. The planning for those that are planners, for those that are working with government, county, it all starts with sitting down and people having ideas and then moving them forward. So it is not just about a dialogue, and we should not look at it as we are just sitting to dialogue, but this is important. So very glad to be here and also to appreciate that we could take time to come and speak. I know a few of us have been wondering, WWF, plastics, elephants, rhinos, mko wapi? We ask that question often. But our mission is to live, for people to live in harmony with nature. So nature is almost everything, it's actually everything. And we say nature is not a place we visit when we are tired and we want a break. Nature is home. This is where we live. And the last few years, a lot of discussions have been going on at WWF globally and also in Kenya in terms of plastic waste. In as much as the people in coastal, in Ukupwani, they live downstream, and we often say we live upstream, but when it comes to the issues of waste management, we all live downstream. So whatever happens, wherever it's happening, will find us. And more often than not, I actually wonder what will happen years from today when the other generations looking at us and wondering what was wrong with those people. By the way, we are living on a crime scene. The way we work, the way we dispense, the way we deal with our waste, even things we don't need. People will one day ask, what was wrong with that generation? And I fear for me, and I fear for those children. So as we speak today and talk about plastics, and I'm sure there will be more details than I probably would even have on why it is important and it is an issue, then we are in the right place. If we will not make a difference, we could make policies that could make a difference. But there is something each one of us can do, and that's why I'm so happy that we have so many partners here today. As WWF, we recognize that there are core competences sitting in this room with other partners that we do not have, and that we don't necessarily need to have. That's why we talk of a multi-stakeholder approach. So there are people with the competence, there are others with a different competence, there are others with resources, there are others with the technical expertise. And I think for me, this is what is needed if we are going to sort out our crime scene. If you remember anything from me today, we are sitting on a crime scene. So as we sit, as we dialogue, I think the space, the plastic space is so big that there is no single organization that can deal with it. It's so much work, we don't have sufficient resources, so every one of us has space. We shouldn't look at it as though we are competing. I think we shall win together if we work together. So we've started some work here with Alex, who a number of you have met, on this plastics project, work for us as WWF. And we are hoping it's a beginning. It is a beginning of partnerships, and that this work will continue into the next 10 years. what we have been able to do the last 50 years as Kenyans and as global citizens in polluting the world will not be sorted out in a year or two. So we need each other, we need this dialogue, and we hope that we can learn from what others have been doing. There are people who've been in this space for longer than us, and we hope we will not be trying things they have tried and didn't work. We would rather come openly and say, we tried this, it didn't work, we think this should work, so that we put together our resources and are able to leverage on the synergies of each organization. I think we'll be stronger together, and when I say this, I say with all sincerity, there is no single outfit that is going to be able to help us sort what we need to do. But we are thankful that at least we have champions. Dr. Nato, we appreciate the championship that you've been giving this work, especially in Mombasa. And we hope that we can use Mombasa as an example of what is possible. The challenge is big, but I think the commitment of the team that is seated here today and others is bigger. So we would like to work with you, work with the partners here today, and be able to see how do we leverage the synergies of each one of us. So we really appreciate that leadership, and we hope Mombasa becomes, as county number, is it 1 or 2? 001 as county 1, county number 1, then they would give the leadership even on issues of plastic. Because in as much as we all live downstream, I think Mombasa is more downstream than all the other counties that we can talk about, of course, including Kwale and others. So we are committed to work together, but let's learn what has worked. Let's not reinvent the wheel. If things didn't work, let us know what didn't work, and then we try together what will work. If we win, it is a win for us, it is a win for the planet, and it is also a win for the generations that we are bringing up today. So thank you very much.
Tumpikie makofi. Thanks a lot, Nancy, for the words of wisdom, for giving the commitment of WWF to this dialogue and to the whole discourse of plastic waste. I know we are going to tap into more of your wisdom when you make a presentation later in the day. So I want to take this opportunity now to welcome the leadership of Comrade, Dr. Innocent Wanyonyi, to introduce your team and also make up some brief remarks. Innocent.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're well. My name is Innocent Wanyonyi from Comrade. Comrade is Coastal and Marine Resources Development. I'm here with a team of a few. I would ask them to stand up, please, so that you can see them. We have the lady Maimuna. We have Jacqueline and Immaculate. Maimuna is coordinating our project called Bandari Bora. It's also here in Mombasa. Jacqueline is supporting our project called Miji Bora, and Immaculate is supporting our financial matters. We have the gentleman over there. He's called Titus Jeffwa. He's also supporting the two projects called Bandari Bora and Miji Bora. Thank you very much. For the sake of time, I know we are already eating into the first presentation. I'll just save the information about Comrade for the time you'll give us to speak later on. But I would just like to mention that Comrade is an organization that has its roots here in Kwale, where we are seated. Kwale brags to have some of the best beaches in the world. It was voted the best once again last year. And we are running a seascape project in Shimoni Banga, which is focusing on biodiversity. So it is bringing community and environment together. In Kwale, Comrade has established a multi-stakeholder forum, which now brings the government of Kwale and the organizations that are working in Shimoni Banga to coordinate their activities. Back to Mombasa,
we were humbly welcomed by the government of Mombasa to run our other program, which is on cities and the marine environment. Comrade is majorly a marine organization, but we do acknowledge that most of the pressures that come to the ocean emanate from the land side. And that's why we decided to work on cities and coasts so that we alleviate the dangers that are facing the marine environment. So we have a project called Mijibora. We shall have a chance to give details later on. But in a nutshell, the project is intended to bring academics, practitioners, and management organizations, and the other stakeholders to a table to make decisions about the problems that are affecting their city so that it can become a smart and sustainable city. Now, we were seated right in this room, and the county government of Mombasa established something called Mombasa Smart Sustainable City Forum. So it is this Mombasa Smart Sustainable City Forum that reached out to WWF, and when Gerald stepped in Mombasa, he actually came in when we were establishing this forum, and it was a very timely entry. And WWF and hand in hand, together with other major partners like Bamburi Cement, have been very forceful in establishing this Mombasa City Sustainable Forum. So more about this when we discuss much later. Thank you very much.
Tumpikie magofi ya kawaida. Although I was informed that that club, it creates some tsunami that then transports corona virus to the next person. So I think make sure that you are at least 1 meter from your neighbor. You will have enough space, but then you will not be blamed later for being a contributing factor to the accelerating COVID cases in Mombasa. I was supposed to make remarks as the first one, but I carefully avoided that because I knew that the first presentation will be made myself. So I think most of my remarks will be put in that presentation. And I want to take this opportunity now to introduce members who are here, but who don't belong either to the county, to WWF, to Hand in Hand, or to Comrade, who have been our partners in actualizing this forum. So I want to start by introducing participants who represent the National Environment Management Authority. Penye uko, you just stand up. Yeah, that is Godfrey Wafula, the National Environment Management Authority Director for Kwale. Asante. We are expecting the Director for Mombasa, Mr. Lopokoyit, who I'm told is on the way. Then we have participants from Bamburi Cement and the General Lafarge Ecosystem, if you can stand. That is Albert Msando. Albert Msando is the coordinator of ecosystems, I believe, in Lafarge Ecosystems, and he's here representing that organization. Engineer Aro will join us also from Bamburi Cement later. Thank you very much. We have representatives from Technical University of Mombasa. If you are here, kindly stand up. That is Dr. Francis Mutuku. Dr. Francis Mutuku is a lecturer in the Department of Environment in Technical University of Mombasa. He's here to make a presentation on the link between plastics, ecosystems, and of course the research findings that the university is good at. Then we have our players in the sector, and
We invited representatives from Modern Soap, I think Jill Plastics, Wico, and Double Roman. And we are pleased to have a representative from Double Roman in the house already, so if you can stand up, please. That is Dennis Okwara. Dennis Okwara is the proprietor of Double Romans. I think he will share his experiences in the course of the day. Anybody else I have left out? Kemfree, yes. We have Kemfree in the house, and if you are from Kemfree, kindly stand up so that we can make the introductions. And I want to be honest that I don't know the exact names of these representatives, so I think they will give us their names.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Eric Okukuku. I work for Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have a representative from Transconsult. I think I've got it right. The consultants of Best Titanium in the house. So if you are in the house, kindly stand up. That is Ken Kirombo. I hope I've gotten the second name right. You are most welcomed in the house. Do we have KMA? Okay, thank you. KMA, kindly please introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Stella Maris Mutike, Environment Officer, Kenya Maritime Authority.
Thank you, Stella Maris. Usually when I pronounce that name, I have a problem with my voice because of the way it is arranged. So Stella Maris. I've got it right this time, isn't it? Anybody else have forgotten? Sorry. We have a representative from the Recyclers Association in the country, and it's good that he gives us his exact name.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Kainika from the Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers. Thank you.
Tumpigie makofi. Unajua huyo ni kama ingekuwa katika zile nyanja zingine angekuwa ni president wa Kenya Association of Recyclers. We have a representative of KWS in the house. I will ask her also to give us her name.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Beatrice Jerop from Mombasa Marine Park, representing KWS.
Thank you very much. So I want now to take this opportunity to introduce members from the county government of Mombasa. You can stand where you are. So the gentleman is called Ali Sharif. Ali Sharif is the director in charge of transport in the Department of Transport, Infrastructure and Public Works. Thank you, Ali. The lady is Lucy Nyambura. Lucy Nyambura is in charge of the universal health care in the Department of Health Services in the county government of Mombasa. The lady on the far end is Jemima Maganga. Jemima Maganga works with the Department of Environment, Waste Management and Energy. Now I want to take this opportunity to introduce a lady who is in the house, and this lady represents all the manufacturers in Kenya, and particularly those ones of the coast region. So Susan, kindly give us your actual names.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Susan Modhoni Getao. I'm the regional coordinator, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Someone wanted to marry me somewhere. They call me Susan Maina. Kindly note, I am Susan Getao. Thank you.
Thank you for that correction. You said Susan Getao. I got it right, isn't it? Asante sana. So I think as I make my brief remarks, I will wish unajua watu wa media wao wanakuwa na powers to dictate where you go. As I make my remarks, I will wish that my presentation is set up so that I combine the two. The leadership of WWF, the leadership of Comrade, the leadership of Hand in Hand, I'm recognizing you because it is because of your effort and financial contribution that this inaugural dialogue has happened today. But I also want to note the commitment of the other participants in the House for responding to our call that we have this very, very important dialogue today. And I want to give a brief history of where we started to be where we are here today. I know Innocent mentioned a bit of it, but there is no harm in making a short detour of that history. I think the journey started, I would say, about 2 or 3 years ago, when we had a discussion with researchers in Comrade about the concerns that we were facing in the county government of Mombasa. And that meeting identified concerns in about 4 or 5 sectors, as he had enlisted earlier. The first concern that was very, very obvious was the issue of solid waste management and wastewater management in the county. The second concern was the issue of greenhouse gas emissions, particularly because of our transport sector, and we thought that that was an area that can be addressed. The third concern, it was the issue about our ecosystems, and particularly the Mtopanga River, which had for funding. And this proposal went through and received funding to do action-based research in that area that we had raised as issues of concern. But most importantly was that as we do the research, that we encourage experience sharing and learning with a sister city that has similar conditions but is ahead of us in terms of managing those aspects. And that's why we brought on board the city of Durban within the Etequini municipality to be our partner in what we are calling the peer-to-peer learning. So that is how the research project was conceived and framed and funded as such. But one of the key components was to activate a stakeholder engagement. And we had a stakeholder engagement here, as Innocent had indicated, where a lot of those issues that had been raised to be focused, to be the center of focus within our research, were deliberated in depth, and stakeholders who could help in addressing them were also brought on board. But as a way forward from that engagement, it was agreed that a forum is created where further engagements can be done. And that is how the Mombasa Sustainable Cities Forum was conceived on that day. Further deliberations within that framework came up with the intention of having not just one big dialogue for sustainable city, but sector dialogues that then can focus on each of those sectors that has been identified. And I'm glad to say that this is the first of those dialogues, which is basically within the sector of solid waste management. And when we shared the intention to have this dialogue with our key partners, we realized that WWF has a very, very strong interest in promoting value chains within the plastic industry. Hand in Hand has a very, very strong interest in promoting green enterprises around waste management. Comrade had a very, very key interest in trying to link the waste and ecosystems. And so they had also some resources to allocate towards that direction. And of course, as government, recipient of the support was eager to actualize this dialogue. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why we are here today, because of the financial support of WWF, financial support of Hand in Hand, financial support of Comrade through their Mijibora project, and ourselves. And ladies and gentlemen, the main objective of this dialogue is, one, to build a common understanding on the effects of plastic pollution in our ecosystem. Number two is to share our experiences. All of us have individual experiences on the deleterious effects of plastics and on the best way to go about them. And I think this creates that very, very good forum to share those experiences. The third objective, ladies and gentlemen, is to build sustainable networks that then we can tap from, because all of us are responsible for the plastics we generate or the plastic that is found in our ecosystem. And then, of course, lastly, we are here so that we can build the synergies that are important, because as Nancy said, we can't do this alone. All of us have a role, all of us have responsibilities, and all of us can commit our resources to make sure that our city is not just plastic free, but is plastic smart. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, that's the history that we have gone through to be where we are today with this inaugural Mombasa plastic sector dialogue that we are having today and tomorrow for Mombasa. And I want to believe that we in Mombasa, we are setting that base with our stakeholders, but then this should run across other counties so that the whole country is actually a smart plastic country. Cities are plastic smart, and all of us will have an environment that we can live in happily. So I think those will be my remarks. If then you allow me, I will move to my presentation today. So communication team, you still want me to operate from here? Or now I'm free to, to move around. So if you look at the program, we have about 20 presentations, or thereabout, to run between today and tomorrow. So each presentation, I want to believe, has been allocated 15 minutes, so we'll move very, very fast. But then we will give 45 minutes every after each theme, so that discussions can happen around what has been presented. And the themes are basically, my first one will be the status of plastic waste management in Mombasa. But we will have a theme around people, plastics, and ecosystems, the circular economy or the plastic economy, and then we will have sustainable technologies. I think those are the broad themes that we are having. So be keen on how we have organized the presentations within those themes. So I will take off members with my first presentation, the plastic waste management status in Mombasa, the status, challenges, and interventions. Next, please. So this is the overall general waste flow in Mombasa, and I don't have exclusive rights to the artwork and the details of what is appearing on that slide. This one I have borrowed from the expertise within the UN Habitat, who actually developed that flow after our engagement with them in 2019 in a survey that we did to come up with the general position that we are in terms of waste management. So if you look at the far end, as of 2019, Mombasa was generating 879 tons of municipal waste per day. And this is restricted to waste that is generated from households, institutions, and small and medium enterprises. if you look at that flow, you'll find that about 375 tons of the waste that is generated finds itself to our main dump sites that is designated at Mwakirunge, and some of it at the Shonda dump site in Likoni, and a few of the non-designated dump sites. If you look at the waste that is not formally managed is 474 tons per day, which actually finds itself somewhere within our ecosystems. So it could be in abandoned buildings, it could be in land that is not occupied, or it could be in the marine ecosystems. And then if you look at the players in the collection, we have the municipal or the county government of Mombasa collection system that does most of the work, but also we have community-based organizations, youth groups that are at play in the collection. And most of those groups, what I will call archaic means of collection and transport, the handcart, to transport that waste from the point of generation to the municipal or county government trucks, which then ultimately takes the waste to the designated dump site. If you look at the retrieval capacity that we have, about 42 tons of recyclable waste is somehow collected and directed towards recycling companies. But 12 tons out of that is taken from the final disposal site. So we have a process where waste is leaves the point of generation, goes all the way to the disposal site, and then retaken back. That's about 12 tons. And most of that will be composed of plastics. So generally, if you look at the waste that is managed in our controlled facilities in terms of recycling or preparation for recycling is about 5%. And our collection efficiency, therefore, is at 46% by 2019. I know Amar will tell me that we have so far improved from that percentage to about 52% as of now. So that is the status of our waste flow in Mombasa. The next slide, please. So this slide now gives us the position of plastic waste in the waste stream. If you look at the first graph, about 81 tons of the 879 is composed of plastics. The main culprit of our waste stream is, of course, organic waste, but we have plastic, glass, metal, and textile. If you look at this smaller graph, is a few more details about the plastic waste. That the proportion of the plastic waste is about 9%, but if you categorize it in terms of the settlements in the income levels of settlements, you'll find that in high income settlements, the proportion is 6% of the total waste. In middle income, the proportion of plastics is 13%, and in the low income, the proportion is 8%. So the biggest culprit in Mombasa of plastic generators are the middle income households. But if you trace that waste from point of generation to point of disposal, you'll find that while at generation, the proportion of plastics in high income is 6%, at the point of disposal, it becomes 5%. Which means about 1% of plastics within the high income settlements is retrieved or diverted from the waste stream before it ends to the dump site. If you look at the second one, at the point of generation is 13%, but at the point of disposal, it moves down to about 9%. So that means about 4% of the plastics within the middle income settlements is diverted from the waste stream before it reaches the final disposal site. And if you look at the low income areas, at the point of generation is 8%, but at the point of disposal is 4%, which means 50% of the plastic waste in informal settlement is retrieved from the waste stream, before the waste finds itself to the final disposal site. So that tells you that retrieval activities are more pronounced in the informal settlements, then the middle income settlements, and then finally the high income. But then that also talks about the efficiency in collection, that it is in high income, the collection is quite efficient because whatever is collected finds itself directly to the final disposal site. So that is the scenario of plastic waste generation in Mombasa. Next slide, please. System will go slow. Okay, the plastic collection system that we have in Mombasa, some plastics are collected through our street sweeping by our county workers. Some plastic waste is retrieved by waste pickers, including the dump site families, and this constitutes the majority of the plastic waste retrieved. Then some of the plastic waste are collected by CBOs and youth groups, and usually you'll find them managing it the way it is shown in the picture. And then finally, there are private companies that are involved in the collection, then who also retrieve the plastics and submit it to the market. The next slide. In terms of waste processing and recycling, I wish to report that as a Department of Environment, we have noted that the following four are the active players in plastic processing and recycling. We have a double Roman, who are represented in this house, whose collection and processing capacity is, I think, between 3 to 4 tons per day, but I think he'll be able to share more details. We have gel plastics, modern soap, and modern soap goes all the way to complete the chain of the plastic by producing valuable commodities from the plastics. And then we have WICO that are mostly collecting the PET bottles, and I think they are taking them to the export market. Next slide. The challenges in plastic waste management, I'll generally categorize them into four. We have attitude and behavior, infrastructural challenges, prioritization issues in the overall waste management, and informalities. There are a lot of informalities in the plastic sector. Going into the details of attitude and behavior, next slide. You'll find a lot of our people littering. You know, when they are done with the bottle, they will just throw it wherever they find themselves. If they are on the road, they will throw it in the road. So we have a lot of littering, and this complicates collection process of the plastics. Then illegal dumping, and this usually happens in areas that cannot be easily reached by the collection system, particularly if you are using trucks. You may not be able to access some of these areas. Then open burning, which is mostly done by street families. So you have plastics that have been dumped in the streets, but then there are people who come and burn them. So essentially, you can't then retrieve them for recycling. And then finally, the biggest challenge of mixed waste, because the segregation of waste is not something that has been embraced in Mombasa. And so you'll have a whole bag of all manner of waste, and it makes it very, very difficult to retrieve the plastic component in it. The next challenge of infrastructure, one, realize that more than 12% of the plastics are retrieved from the dump site. And I want to believe that the recyclers find it very, very rough to access the dump site because of the road, the way it is. Sometimes when it rains, you can't really access the dump site. And then the space for collection and disposal is limited. You find that most of the places where waste collection are playing is either along the road, mostly, or on a property that is owned by somebody who is not available. So the spaces for developing the next challenge of privatization, you find that most of counties, I would say, there is problem with financial allocation to overall waste management. You rarely see it as a top priority. And the waste management is a very, very expensive venture that will require a lot of resources. Inadequate and inappropriate equipment, sometimes when you look at the equipment that we use and the equipment that developed countries use in collection and transportation, you find a big discrepancy. And I think that supports our weaknesses in the plastic waste management. And then finally, the technical capacity. If you look at the groups that are collecting, they may not have the technical know-how to manage the waste, whether it's plastic or otherwise, appropriately. And then finally, on the issues of informalities, we have a lot of informalities, as I did say. The waste collection players, in most cases, they are not known to us or to anybody. So anybody can shoot in and get involved in waste collection without notifying the authorities and anybody. So a lot of informalities, such that it's very, very difficult to put a figure on how much we actually collect because of the players. And then waste diversion players are also many. Some of them, very informal, are street families. They don't have identifications. They don't know the areas where they ought to operate. And so it becomes difficult to formalize the system with them. And then we have competing interests. All of you know that in West we have a lot of interests. We have interests of recyclers. We have interests of generators. And above all, we have interests of politicians. Waste management is also a very, very political sector, I would say. And then finally, the issues of marketing. This is something that has not been very, very well streamlined, I would say. So you can't put a figure on the price of plastics in Mombasa, for example, because the marketing has not been streamlined. Next. So what we are doing, I also don't have exclusive rights for the artwork. I can tell you I'm not good at producing those artworks. And so the respects go to UN Habitat again. But I want to say that what we are doing generally is within legislation, recognition, registration, and involvement of waste players, and infrastructure investment. In terms of legislation, and I know Amar will point this one out, we have put in legislation the requirement for segregation at source, so that waste can be segregated into wet and dry, the dry being recyclables, among them plastics. In matters recognition and registration and involvement of waste players, we have put it in law. Now it will also be explained that the community-based organizations and youth groups are now recognized in law as waste players. So our focus is to support them and make sure that their collection is efficient and their retrieval of the recycled materials is also efficient. And then finally, in terms of infrastructure, we are a key in supporting material recovery infrastructure. At the moment, we have already developed a material recovery facility that I think will be launched soon, that will showcase how materials ought to be recovered and processed for the market. And then, of course, we are engaging our partners, like Bamboo Cement, to see how they can help us to convert plastics into energy. And organic waste, we are also engaging our other partners to see how they can convert that into gas for use, so that then all these materials don't find themselves in the market. So ladies and gentlemen, I think that is where we are in terms of plastic waste management in the city of Mombasa. Thank you very much. Thank you for the clap. The problem is that I was also the moderator of the session. So I want to say that that ends the first session, and I will allow the next host of the second session, I think it's Dr. Innocent Wanyonyi, yes, to come and prosecute the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Waziri Nato.
you've given us the real picture of the solid waste situation in Mombasa. We intentionally started with a proper perspective of solid waste so that all the actors can see how the situation is in Mombasa and where our efforts are going. I was just consulting because we are kind of ahead of time, and our session was supposed to start at 10:30. And I'm aware we were streaming live this session, so there were other people who were prepared to present to the rest of the people later on. The way we have organized the sessions is that there's only one question and answer session. And in order to give Waziri benefit of response, I would then allow 3 burning questions for his session so that we can catch up with time. Is that okay, Waziri? I was allowing 3 questions for your session so that I can catch up with time for your session. Okay, apparently he has been summoned by his employer, so he will take the questions during the panel discussion for this session. Now, we did arrange that the workshop has 4 different themes, and the first theme that we were going to tackle is plastic, people, and ecosystems. You can see that this session is really, really wide, and we do have presentations on the matter of plastic itself. We also have presentations on how people are interacting with plastic and how they are being influenced by the presence of plastic in the environment. And as well, we are going to have presentations that touch on the ecosystem position as it is. Now, in this session, I have presentations from Nancy Gidaiga of WWF. She's going to give us a presentation about plastic diet. We have David Obura from Kodio, who is going to give us a presentation titled Impacts of Plastics on the Ocean Ecosystems. We did have Wambua from KWS, but I see we had a representative, so I don't know if the presentation is already uploaded for KWS, so that we can listen to that presentation from KWS during this session. And then we have a presentation from Francis Mtalaki, titled The Role of Media in Plastic Waste Management. I was just saying we have a presentation from KWS. Do we have the presentation from KWS ready? Yes. So it will be in this session. So it will be presented on behalf of Mr. Wambua. And then we shall have a presentation called Plastic-Free Ecosystems from Lafarge Ecosystems in this session. Finally, we'll have a presentation on plastic pollution and the environment and health, the challenges therein, and the opportunities that can be found in that sector by Dr. Mutuku from TUM.
So those were the main presentations in the session. And if you look at your program, we also do have a presentation on plastic pollution assessment by Sally from the Stimson Center. She will be making this presentation online, virtually from the connection. Dr. David Obura will also be making the presentation online, virtually. So after all these presentations, we shall have time for questions. Waziri Renato has said he'll field his questions during this session, although they were in the previous session. So you will be writing your question as the presenter makes his presentation, or try your best to remember what you want to ask, if you have a good brain. And then at the end of the 6 presentations, you can ask the presenters questions. So the presenters will come and sit here, and then we shall give them 1 hour to respond to all the issues that were discussed in their presentations during that session. 1 full hour. Then when we finish that, we shall break for the next theme, which will be moderated by Gerald. So without much further delay, I would like to request Nancy to come in and make the presentation from WWF. Nancy, please. It's a little earlier than you anticipated. I don't know if you're ready. There are 2 microphones here. People are not taking these seats. While Nancy prepares, Dr. Okuku almost ate me. I think my eyes skipped his name, and he came here at 4 yesterday so that he can make his presentation. And I think I met him on the corridors at 11 trying to stretch his legs and go back to make the presentation. Dr. Okuku is presenting in this section. Pole sana Eric. Leo nasaulika tu kuanzia mwanzo mpaka sahi. Yeah. A plastic diet. We can Sorry, we started late and we ended up being ahead of time. And because we are streaming live, the people who are listening on the other side are also stakeholders. So we are trying to listen to them as well. Welcome, Nancy, from WWF. It's a pleasure to have you here again. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Innocent. I actually called my presentation this morning a plastic diet. What I don't know is how many of us have actually shifted to fish, because we've been told fish is safer, it's better than red meat for health reasons. But unfortunately, with the plastics that we are currently finding in our oceans, I'm not sure that the safe is any more safe. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, so next slide. I don't know who is managing the slides. Yeah, so as WWF, and as I mentioned in my earlier remarks, we work globally, but we are also based in Kenya as a local organization. And we actually pride ourselves in being a science-based organization, where whatever we do, we want to have it backed by science. And the science, as I said, does not necessarily have to be done by ourselves. It could be done by our partners that has happened in the past. And the reason why, for instance, just a minute. Yeah, so we've been working with the Pwani University in terms of research, and we hope that is just a beginning. So we'll engage so that whatever it is that we are going to do then is backed by science. I said that our work and our mission is to ensure that people and nature live in harmony, and that is not going to be possible if we cannot address the nature challenges that we currently have. Next, please. Next. Yeah, so the question that I'm asking is, who eats more plastic? Is it you or is it the turtle? Some study that has been done, and we can share those results soon, is that we end up eating the equivalent of your ATM card weekly. That is the amount of plastic that you actually ingest. And that is a study that has been done over time. This plastic could be in the fish that we eat, it could be in the waters that we are taking, but the equivalent, if you have your ATM card, that is the equivalent to what you ingest, which is not necessarily, it has no value for your body. Those of us who grew up in the village, anytime you saw plastic paper and you had cattle around, you remember what used to happen. Your parents would ask you to collect it, because it either killed the cow or it made the cow so thin that those of us who are a bit thin now would be told, mumemeza plastic. So that is currently what we are ingesting. And as we shift from red meat to white meat, as we said, we all live downstream, then we end up in a situation where we continually ingest plastic. Next slide. So as we look at the impact of plastics on us, ourselves, on our economy, as well as on our ecosystem, I think the saddest thing is we are dealing with, material that does not necessarily degrade. So you are dealing with a plastic bottle that will be in nature for the next 1,000 years. Actually, they range between 4,000 and more than 1,000 years. So that plastic bottle, that plastic bag, that you just throw out of your vehicle or out of your house, we are actually pushing it to the environment for the next 1,000 years. And what does that mean for the ecosystem? In the ocean, we are seeing a lot of plastic in the ocean. On land, because we also have part of land even in coastal Kenya, then we see this killing our soils. Because the plastic just kills, either water will not percolate, or alternatively, even if it percolates, then the soils are not able to hold the nutrients. So we actually have a huge problem in terms of ecosystem. And unfortunately, we don't think about this. I think we more and more think about generating more and more plastic. And probably, as we shall hear today, in terms of having that plastic recycled, more often than not, it doesn't make economic sense. So if I'm going to produce a new bottle at 2 shillings, why should I recycle a bottle at 1 shilling and 50 cents? So the question of just how much plastic do we need? It may not necessarily be enough to say that we recycle, we reduce, maybe more of reduction, but not about recycling. It is not necessarily a solution to the problems that we have today. Next, please. So as we look at the plastics path into the environment, we are saying about 8 million to almost 13 million or 12.7 million of plastic is mismanaged and ends up in the ocean every year. That is quite a lot. That's why I was saying we are living in a crime scene. 50 years from now, someone will certainly wonder, what were we thinking? Because we know we have the science. We do know for sure this is not going to go anywhere, the plastics that we are generating. And the more as we see we become more medium class, then middle class, the more we want to use more plastic, and the more it gets into the ecosystem. So the ocean plastic does not degrade. It remains in the oceans. It simply breaks down into small pieces, the ones that I have said the fish ingest, and then we ingest the fish. So it will go around and still come back to our tables, unfortunately. And what happens to the animals, just like the cows we used to keep, is that either they choke, or once they ingest the plastic, they feel full, and therefore they actually starve, and they die. And we are not able to get as much generation of fish, for instance, from the sea, as we would get if we had no pollution. And this has also impacted on reproduction. If you look at that picture on a beautiful, that's a coral, you know, what exactly are we doing to the ecosystem? And if we cannot manage, why do we want to continually produce what we cannot manage? Next. So from science and a Living Planet report that we usually generate every 2 years, the studies are showing that more than 700 marine species have either been known to be killed, either because they have ingested or they have actually been entangled. Zimenyongwa na plastic. And this introduces hazardous substances into the food chains, and I don't want to belabor that point. So the toxins within the fish are the toxins that probably are bothering us. We talk of, we say plastic is also carcinogenic. So when we ingest it, probably sufficient study has not been made on what this means to our body. But I just want you to imagine what plastics coming from fossil fuels would mean in our body. So it is a science, it is a study that may probably need to be done. Next, please. What has also been reported by the scientists is that 100,000 marine mammal deaths a year occur. And when you look at Kenya, a third of cattle and half of the goat population have actually consumed significant amounts of plastic. So we are actually killing our own domestic animals. No study has been done for the wildlife. At least we can report that with the government banning use of plastics in national parks or reserves, then probably the wildlife might survive. But our goats, our cows also have ingested quite a lot of plastic. You can imagine half the population of goats and a third the population of cattle. Next, please. So if you look at Kenya, and the studies that we are also giving are also have an impact or have also been studied here, we are seeing growing concerns around human health at every stage of the plastic cycle. whether it is the toxics, what we call leachates, you know, the plastics that we use. Once they are rained on, they get to the ground, this seeps into the ground, and this is contaminating both our groundwater and also our soils. So the question is, from the food we produce, the water we are going to drink, if all this is contaminated by leachates, then what does that mean for our health? We probably need to meet more upstream than investing so heavily downstream in health, when we could actually have sorted that problem upstream by just ensuring we are not contaminating. Next. In terms of economic costs, this again has been done by economists and scientists, that about $13 billion is the cost of damage to the marine environment, and that communities that depend on coral reefs, you know, like the coastal communities globally, are now vulnerable to plastic pollution. Globally, about 275 million depend directly on coral reefs for livelihoods, sustenance. We are talking fishing, we are talking tourism, and so on. So you can look at the economic damage of that kind of pollution that we ourselves are actually propagating. Next. What is seen now, and again from studies extrapolation, we are seeing that by 2050, the production and generation of waste will be accounting for 14% of carbon emissions. And we are struggling to talk about reduction in carbon emissions. So if we continue the way we are, you know, the linear economy, produce plastic, use, dispose, that's the linear economy, then we are talking about contributing very, very heavily to greenhouse emissions by over 14%. So this is actually an accident that is waiting to happen. So if you look at business as usual, it doesn't look good, and I'll not go through all these details. We'll be able to share the slides. So we are saying about 75% of plastic that is produced ends up as waste, in as much as we want to talk about recycling, so 75%. And then we see that a third of the plastic waste ends up as land or marine pollution. It will end up in land or it will end up in the seas. And half of the virgin plastic that is produced from 1950 to 2015 has actually, this is decreased, since 2000. So we have produced most of our waste the last 20 years, the last 30 years. So what is projected is a 40% increase in that waste. Unfortunately, this is not matched with recycling, neither is it matched with reduction, and neither is it matched with reuse. So that is what is projected if we continue business the way we are doing. Next, please. So clearly, simplistic solutions. You know, we've always said reuse, reduce. Just how much of that can we do? We could say that simplistic solutions are not necessarily going to give us an answer. We cannot go plastic-free. Plastic has space in our lives today and a very important role. If we say we want to go biodegradable plastic, because innovation has also given us those options, we find that this will also have issues on the environment, because we are now looking at more food production. So if we say we want to produce materials naturally that could be used as plastic, then that reduces the land that we could use for food production. So if we say we just need to keep recycling, we've said sometimes it doesn't make economic sense. It is good environmentally. So that necessarily may not be the answer. From, again, science, 61% of marine waste is low value, so it's not even recyclable. So only 14% of plastic is actually collected for recycling. If we say we replaced fossil fuel-based plastics with plant-based bioplastics, we've said we are now reducing food insecurity. So there is no simple solution. to this plastic menace. Next. So what do we see, or what are we proposing? Is it so difficult? We still think other countries have managed to do it, and we should be able to do that. So we look at a systems approach, where all of us, as we sit here today, work at reducing unnecessary plastics, especially for businesses. We shift to sustainably sourcing our plastics, and then double our recovery. That would be our proposal for business.
Immediately they finish, they sit here so that you see them. Yeah, she finishes, she sits here, she's not going back there. So the next presenter finishes, sits here. Every time you finish, you sit here. Yeah. Immediately, there is a panel discussion. Is it okay this way? No. They'll just be listening as now that she has presented, she sits here and waits for all the other presentations to end. Yes. 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 Ziwa pale. Okay. Najua tunasikiza. Can we start please? We were on Nancy's presentation. I would kindly ask her to repeat the last slide and then go to the next one. And after this, we'll have Cherop presenting for KWS.
Apologies, I think we left unceremoniously. Muliona tumenyamaza alafu tukaondoka. I think we were live on Citizen. So that's why we didn't even use the microphone. They were already speaking. Poleni sana for that. So I think I had very few slides remaining. We need to go back to the slides. Tumalizia za mwisho. I think we were on the slide here, business as usual and what we need to do.
Can we please have that presentation on, because we are eating into the time for the next presentation. Do you want us to switch to the next presentation and then we come back to that later? If someone can communicate to David Obura to make his presentation. It's an online presentation. So we need the presentation for Nancy, David, Cherop, Francis, Eric, Albert, and Francis Mtalaki. Okay, the other one was Francis Mtalaki. The other presentation is Francis Mtuku, and then the one of Sally. So those are the presentations you need to have loaded there in readiness. Yes.
Recording in progress.
Okay, a minor technical hitch. Our machine is not allowing them to show anything. Not even the online presenters can present, I'm told. Okay, Nancy's presentation has shown up, so go just to the last few slides so that she can finish. And meanwhile, Jemima, if you can send a message to David Obura and Jack to be ready. David Obura will be immediately after Nancy, and then we shall shift Beatrice Cherop to much later because she's in the room. So we can shift the people in the room, but the online ones will try to keep the same time.
Okay.
Apologies, Nancy. Please.
Yeah, no problem. So I'll just take maybe at most 5 minutes. If we could go to the next slide. Yeah, so we were talking about businesses, what their role would be in terms of reducing unnecessary plastics and shifting to sustainable sources, as well as recovering twice as much as we are currently doing. Then as cities, today as we discuss about Mombasa, we are talking about addressing city-level wide waste management, so looking at the entire waste continuum, and then be able to showcase or learn, like we heard from Dr. Nato, from other global best practices. So looking at closing the tap in terms of reduction, looking at reusing, reducing, and so on, and also ensuring that then we don't have any plastic leakage into nature. Now, this would be possible, and it can be done by people of goodwill, but as a country and even globally, the need to ensure that this is also in policy is also quite important. So creating a national approach to this, what we call a systemic approach, on rules on how we are going to manage plastic, and importantly, encouraging accountability through extended producer responsibility program, which WWF and other partners here today are also handling. We are saying there was a ban for plastic, but I'm sure in Mombasa and Kwale, we still see that flimsy plastic in the market. So the issue of enforcement, why isn't it as firm as it ought to be? Why do we still have that leakage? And as far as we know, we will not be able to recycle that flimsy plastic bag. So the ban should also be taken seriously, and enforcement, given that the law is already existing, the issue of enforcement is pending. Next slide. So, sorry, this is not very clear, but we are looking at, with businesses, working very closely with users of plastic, hotels, restaurants, tour companies, because there is something that you can do. I think in Coast, what we have realized now is that most of them are offering water in these bottles, recyclable ones. So this is a way forward, and it means that where there is will, there actually can be found a way. Next one. So for cities, we join a number of other cities across the globe to showcase what is possible, and we hope that Mombasa, as county #1, will be able to showcase this. As we have said, there is will, but unfortunately, you also live downstream. So all the plastic waste from Nairobi into the Athi, into the Tana will find its way into coast. And then other wastes coming from other parts of the world will still find themselves in coast. Therefore, we have a double tragedy. Internal from our own space, but also external from other nations. Why it is important to have a pact that can actually address external waste, but also have a pact that can also address the plastics that we generate. And finally, you and I cannot live for more than 100 years if you are lucky. But the flimsiest of plastic will be around for 400 years, will be around for 1,000 years. So I would just want to encourage you, when you look at waste, let's not look at it as a problem for others. We are on a crime scene, and that's my last statement. What can we do to ensure that this plastic that will outlive us, together we can address that menace? Because it is not going to help us, it is not adding value to the ecosystem, it is good for use, but we need to know what we use will have to find its way into nature. So we join hands. These are just some of the partners we are working with, and I'm hopeful that we should be able to expand this with the partners that are seated here today, because this problem cannot be addressed by any one single partner. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Nancy, for the very good presentation. I don't know if we have David Obura's presentation ready. Is he ready to present? Okay, David is ready to present. So, David, test your sound.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. This is David. Even though there was this huge loss of coral in 1998, there's been some slow progressive recovery, not as fast as it could be because of other interacting threats, but it has been happening. And then the graph on the right shows that average cover of corals increasing in blue again. And in green, it shows a cover of algae, which when there's a mass die-off of corals, the rock that is now available for other organisms is often taken up by algae quickly, particularly if there's more nutrients and pollution in the water, and if the fish populations or the herbivores are impacted by fishing. The algae comes in very quickly. But even so, there was the algae picked up, expanded a lot in early 2000s and has been going down ever since as the herbivores have been cleaning it up and corals have been taking over again. But there's been a new impact. There was a major bleaching event in 2016, which impacted the reefs quite strongly as well. This graph shows at the regional level, one thing we've been doing from Cordio is doing a sort of a citizen science reporting of bleaching. And the critical season for Kenya is in March and April, so it's just passed at the end of the Kaskazi. But starting in South Africa and the southern parts of Mozambique and Madagascar in January to around May, we have this online form shown on the right, and we show in the colored dots the reports that we get of coral bleaching, whether it's low, medium, high, or extreme. You can see.
As we wait for
recording in progress.
Kenyan data now. Is that the blue bar on the left shows the coral cover before 1999 was quite high, up to 40% coral cover. From 1999 to 2016, on average, it remained at around 30%. And then with the bleaching event in 2016, there was a mortality of less than the previous one, but there was still a significant mortality. And then the columns next to that for algae show how algae increased from 99 to the next period, the next 10 or 15 years to 2016. And then it has increased again since then. And we just haven't filled in these numbers with the most recent data. But the worrying picture here is that coral reefs are stressed by climate change is causing this mortality and this decline in corals. But then all the other things are preventing sufficient recovery. So I showed in the first slide that there is some recovery in coral cover, but it's not sufficient and it's not across the board. And at the regional level, we're seeing that there's this slow loss of coral dominance on the reefs, turning to algae dominance. And that's because of overfishing. The warmer temperatures stress the corals, so they don't grow as well. They're more susceptible to disease and things like that. But then also pollution impacts are likely increasing. So we don't know all of the causes of this change, but we're concerned the reefs in the region are shifting from coral-dominated to algae-dominated. And that's not good for fisheries, it's not good for tourism, it's not good for coastal protection. So on top of that, we're now thinking about the impacts of marine debris and plastics. This slide just shows an infographic. There's really good infographics available online for education around the impacts of plastics and marine debris in general. So they affect marine systems through ingestion by animals. Nancy mentioned that already. Animals are eating the plastic, and it's either affects them, it can be toxic inside their stomachs, or it just blocks their intestinal systems and they can die because of it. Animals can be entangled in the marine debris and plastics, from these soda cans and things, the 6-packs around birds' necks. This shows a seal. The marine debris can be a hazard to navigation. That's not such a big issue for plastics, but it doesn't. It just gets smaller. And the problem there, as this graph shows, is that the smaller pieces are just ingested by animals, by species. And then, of course, we eat some of those. And the last presentation and the video at the end showed really nicely how much plastic we are eating. And I think if you think about, we're seeing more and more in the news and the TV here, how cows have so much plastic in their gut, and when they're opened up after they've been slaughtered, you see how much they have in them. Well, it's the same with us, and it's particularly the same, and it's particularly the case in low income settlements and neighborhoods. We don't have, sorry, my screen is jumping around a little bit. We may not have such a big problem where we are buying our food from, but it is a big problem where there's a lot of plastic waste in the environment around people all the time. Sorry, I can't tell what you can see on my screen because the sharing did something funny just now. If
David, we are seeing the
okay, I can see on YouTube. Okay, so then in my final slide over here, I really just want to look at this last piece, thinking about Mombasa. And I'll give some reflections from the work that we have been involved in. So in the Jomo Kenyatta Public Beach area, we have worked there through an SDG project, and our interest there was, the Sustainable Development Goals. There is a goal on cities and settlements, Goal 11, and we, of course, are working a lot in Goal 14 on life in the ocean. And so we wanted to look at interactions between these two. And the question really, prevention or cure, which is better? So in terms of waste in the sea or on the beaches, the cure is to pick it up, right? But the prevention is to stop it from getting there in the first place. And big interest there is who should do what. I mean, we're all citizens, some of us public living in a neighborhood city. Others are scientists such as us. We try and work on some of these questions and problems. There are NGOs who try and support solutions and be involved in these sorts of solutions. And then this also means protecting the riparian vegetation environment so that what is not collected and sorted doesn't get washed into the creeks and into the sea. Of course, we need to reduce plastic use to a minimum, but it's unlikely to be zero, as the last presentation showed very well. I think there are many uses of plastics that are important, but they need to be managed properly. And there's no easy solution. There is a role for all responsible citizens, and I think the sorting waste is an essential responsibility that I think the government can really motivate people to do, but also impose fines and things on businesses, on especially middle and high income neighborhoods that are not sorting waste. I think I think there should be sanctions if people don't do it, if people don't support the solutions. But I think the critical thing is this, creating value out of these waste streams so that it makes sense for youth groups and recycling businesses to start up and to be able to use the waste that's there, create value out of it, and then work out how that can be sustained longer term as we reduce our use of the plastics and things like that. And I think in doing this, we can really resolve the threat to coral reefs and the coastal ecosystems if we invest in these solutions on land. So thank you. I'll stop with that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. I think we know you might be in and out, but we have a panel discussion at 12:15. So your discussion, your presentation has elicited quite a number of questions here. And if you can be able to join at that time, you're very much welcome. And
yes,
applause for David.
I'll be happy to. Thank you very much.
We now have Francis Mtalaki, and if we can have his presentation on. He's presenting live here, and the next presentation will be from Eric Okuku, and the other one is Albert Msando and Beatrice Cherop. They will present live. So the ones who are here live, I would request if you can slice off 2 minutes or so from your 15 minutes, that would be very good. Francis, karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Maybe as we wait for the scrolls to come, my name is Francis Mtalaki. I work with, let me remove my mask, with Citizen TV, based in Mombasa. I'm the senior Coast Region reporter. And a couple of you, I think we've interacted. For those maybe hatujai kugongana, karibuni pia. So, are we ready? Yes, I was supposed to touch on the role of media in terms of plastic waste management. We are partners with you. Sisi ndo tunaunganisha. Whatever we are saying here can be told in another perspective for millions of Kenyans, millions of residents of Mombasa who maybe will be watching. The media plays a key role in terms of information dissemination and how we're going to package this information to the viewers out there and to the listeners out there. So we play a key role in terms of public awareness and in terms of this global plastic waste management. This is one issue that as the media, we are keen in terms of trying to do a number of stories so that we continue to raise awareness. But of course, and then unapata mtu anaenda anatupa, nawacha, inaingia kwa bahari, and it goes all the way to the deep sea. So once we package an information in terms of trying to raise awareness and educate them on the importance of not doing so, then we are contributing in one way or the other. But of course, on the other hand, also we depend largely on what you guys do on a daily basis. Another one is to entertain, and I would not wish to dig deep on the part of entertainment because it's less concerned on this topic. But just a brief background on where we came from. Traditionally, you know, we're used to radio. For those maybe who are 45, 50, you can flash back and see where we came from. TV was not that a major part until 1994, where the likes of KTN came in, and NTV, Citizen TV, and then the TV part was more vibrant. Also newspaper is one media that is so key in terms of rolling out the information. So radio, TV, and newspapers are key in terms of spreading this message, in terms of saying that, you know, how would a beach management unit, for example, at Mshomoroni, are going to be empowered in terms of information on how to manage the issue about plastic, because most of them would wake up, go to the deep sea, do their business, and have a production. But at the end of the day, anasema leo nishapata tani fulani. But those plastics and the works that go around are so key because they use a number of plastics, and wakipata zingine, how are they going to assist my friend Okwara there, who are champions of, plastic management, so that you work together by giving them that information. Also the general public, because we visit a number of beaches, and once you're here also in a hotel, in one or the other, that bottle that you're using might find itself in the ocean. So we try and assist there. Also, another part, if we, is it, mnaona vizuri? Can we, naweza ongeza kidogo, tafadhali? Yes. But currently, we have some enriched in terms of production, which I will try and expound kidogo in terms of the materials, printed materials. These days we have brochures, these days we have magazines, and also we have books. So this is one of a key role in terms of the media and the information that we do, we place, so that people out there can be able to read, have more information, and also act on them. And let's not forget the social media. And I carry this gadget, not because nilitaka kuangalia huku sana, but I wanted to expand more in terms of when we move out of this workshop, possibly the best thing that I would ask, use this gadget wisely. It is so powerful, very little, but it can give a lot of information to the people out there. I say this because we have WhatsApp. At some point you are in a group and unakutana na message forwarded many times that tells you if you walk out and find a plastic at the ocean, take a photo and just write something good about plastic management. It can touch a number of people. And then also,
because these organisms are not able to detect whether they are food or not food. So every time you put on that your white shirt, know that your impact, your footprint is higher than the person putting on a red or a blue shirt. When we move offshore, we've also collected samples in the territorial waters at the EEZ. And there are some 5 key findings that we've gotten. So out there we have around 110 particles per 1,000 liters of water. Again, the filament ones. So basically from textile is contributing around 76%. But given that organisms go for the white and colored ones very fast, offshore the preference now is a black one, because the most preferred are already gone, so they take a lot of black, so around 42%. And it's not only those small organisms. We've looked at oysters and crabs. I know you are very poor eaters of oysters and crabs, but we've also tested, and we've also seen a number of particle plastics in the tissue. Next. So, why do we need to collaborate? Kenya alone cannot handle the issue of plastics. In our research that we did in the territorial waters and EEZ, we noticed that as you go away, move away from our coastline, the number of microplastics are increasing. Then there are models that have been developed that shows how oceans are connected. And we are aware that Asian continent are the most polluted in terms of plastic pollution. And now research is showing that it will take only around 4
Recording in progress.
Only 4 to 5 months for the water that is in Asia to be at the Kenyan coast. And this increase offshore basically is coming from waters that are moving into the Kenyan coastline. Next. So, Key take-home points. The line of microplastic is not well understood because they are small. You can't see them with the naked eyes. And there's need to relook on that. Then microplastics and the contaminants that are adsorbed on them get into the food chain. And this is the only time when we go against a law of gravity. You usually think that the thing that you throw will never come up. It will come up through food chain. Then it is good, the county had indicated that they have challenges in management of solid waste. That is an area that we need to critically look at. There's also need to increase understanding of what the impacts or the interactions of microplastic and organisms are. Human beings will be in that comfort zone, thinking that only the sea turtles are suffering. There's a paper that is released today that have detected microplastics in human placenta. We don't know how it got to human placenta, but they are there. So as you continue littering, you are putting the life of your child at risk. Next. So what can we do to help? I know that NEMA has been spearheading the development of the first National Marine Litter Action Plan that actually was contracted to us and has provided a raft of actions that we need to take to deal with this issue of marine pollution. So as consumers, let us be conscious of what we are producing. The industry is here. We know that they are impacting the environment. The county is here. Let us improve our waste management facilities. We can get alternatives. You don't have to use a plastic straw to take a soda. There are paper ones. There are some made from grain. Then the NGOs, the COBOs, let us increase awareness. And at a personal level, we can choose to avoid plastic. You can comfortably sit down, take your coffee in a cup, in a ceramic cup, instead of moving around with a plastic cup. It is even a health risk to yourself. Then the microbeads. Can't we find an alternative to the face scrub that we are using? Toothpaste, even the other ones can work. Doesn't have to be abrasive ones. Then, of course, we have banks that we support enforcement. Then, I know we do it. Once they leak into environment, let us clean them from the streets, from the beaches, and the ones in rivers. Next. So, we know everything that we should do at a personal level. But I want to talk about redesigning your lifetime. The middle class. You are in a hurry doing everything. It is nowadays that you cannot sit down, have a cup of coffee, you want to move around with it. Instead of doing parties at home, you want to do parties throwing them through the windows or your car windows. Let us redesign your lifestyle. Sit down. Plastic is going to be with us for a very long time, but it only depends on how we manage it. Where do we dispose them, and how are they treated after that? Next. Regardless of the much efforts that we do, a bit of it will leak into the environment. And this is where the county government comes in. Research has reported that if we have efficient wastewater treatment systems, then we can reduce microplastics in sewage with between 97 to 99%. The challenge comes when we all know that Mombasa County, the coverage of sewage, I don't know, it is 40%, but even the sewer line that is working, it is very inefficient. I think the efficiency could be somewhere below 50%. And I think, next, that should be the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. An applause for Kuku, the unseen enemy. We have Albert Msando for plastic-free ecosystems. Dr. Kuku used up all his 15 minutes, just like Francis. So I appeal again, if you can use 12 minutes.
So once again, good morning. As you wait for the slides to go on, mine will be quite another continuation of what the previous speakers have talked about, and I'll try to avoid most of the issues that have already been well covered. So I'm going to talk to you briefly about plastics-free ecosystems. So basically what we are saying is that when we are talking about plastics, as the narrative goes, we are actually in a mode that is putting us in an ambition to have ecosystems that don't have plastics. And therefore it's basically going to be a very, very long journey, having been given all the science behind plastics and the principles within our environment relating to how the plastics are flowing down from the terrestrial ecosystems all the way into the ocean. Next, please. And just to say something about ourselves, my name is Albert Msando. I'm in charge of restoration, education, and ecosystems management. And I work for Bamburi Cement for a unit called Lafarge Ecosystems, which is the environmental arm of Bamburi Cement. In a nutshell, this is where Bamburi operates at the coast of Kenya, just to give you a perspective. And as you can see, it's all aligned along the ocean. So we are right up there in Vipingo, Kilifi. And as you can see over here, Bamburi, Mombasa. And we are Tunguni, it's a small section that is least known to most of you. We have a space there, a reserve land, and that one is meant for Shell. And of course, this is where we are in Mombasa, and we have Diani. Next, please. So, as you all know, Bamburi is involved in mining, and after mining, there is restoration. Basically, starting with geotechnical engineering, which recalibrates the landform and takes it through rehabilitation and eventually develops ecosystems out of them, which we are calling the restoration process. But now, coming back to our subject of the day on plastics, we are saying that the rising populations and the increasing demands on our environment is actually pushing the dynamics around and around, and we are all feeling the pressure. And one of the biggest pressures, as we have all discussed, is the plastics, of course, alongside other solid wastes. And as you can see, no one is spared. But for just a perspective again, is that what has been discussed as having a lot of serious repercussions in the ocean must be very clear that it's coming from land. And therefore, the terrestrial ecosystems will try to hold and then let it off into the ocean, into other systems. And therefore, the damage is actually cross-cutting. Next, please. And this is, when this happens, it means that we are having a double-edged sword. So it's cutting the terrestrial ecosystems, and it gets into the ocean, it also cuts the ocean systems. And therefore, we need to balance our local and global efforts to try and create that balance as we simply look through our own human needs. Next, please. So, the biggest ambition we have is moving towards plastic-free ecosystems. But this comes with a lot of other strings attached. We know the question of plastics is a global phenomenon. It's a national phenomenon. It's also a big issue locally. And it's now, as we are all hearing from all the speakers who have spoken before me, it is actually in our household. It is now embedded in our behavior, and it depends on the way you're looking at it. When you go on the road, people are throwing plastics, as my good friend Dr. Eric has said. They throw it through the window. And you just wonder what it's going to look like So it's already moved from being just a global issue where we are talking about even manufacturing organizations. It has gone to the human person, the very individual at the very lowest level. Now, one of the challenges we have is that it's a strongly social issue. It is embedded in our behavior. And therefore, to correct it, we have to challenge our own behaviors so that we can actually start moving it towards the right direction. Now, when you look at these figures that we all know about, the 879 tons of waste generated per day, it doesn't matter where this waste is taken, whether it's taken to Mwakirunge or it simply goes back to the ecosystem, I can assure you all of it ends up back in the ecosystem. The only thing that changes along the line is now what magnitude and what sizes and in what form that particular litter is. So it could be, it ends up as a microplastic, or it comes back as a plastic huge material that was thrown out in the ecosystem. And when we look at what is just released generally, that means it's released again in a very unstructured manner, which creates another challenge for us. So the question is, can our ecosystems process these wastes at the speed at which they are coming? And can these ecosystems still retain their balance? This is one of the fundamental questions that we ask ourselves. And the reason why we're having so many issues going down into the ocean is because we have let loose so many issues on the terrestrial ecosystems. So when we have the team of scientists battling it out, researching, trying to collect as much data and making decisions in the ocean, the same magnitude should actually be doubled on land. Should be tripled, doubled, or even, I don't know how to say it. But this means that the problem that the team in the ocean is having, it means that it's a problem that has been let loose on our terrestrial ecosystems. Next, please. So, the same discussion you've had from my previous speakers about the balances in the ocean is the same discussion we have on the balances on our terrestrial ecosystems. And I usually look at ecosystems as these big wall clocks that you have, or the watch that you have. You just need to loosen one screw, or just out of it, and you've gotten a miss of everything, the timing, the reliability, everything, you get it wrong. And that's why even when we talk about things like climate change, they're actually arising from the screws that are loose from the ecosystems. And therefore, you can no longer trust the timing, whether it's about rainfall, whether it's about temperatures, whether it's about the escalation of heat and everything. It's all fitted into the systems that we have actually let loose, and therefore the balances that have actually been disrupted is what we are talking about. Next, please. So as we look at the issue of plastics, the biggest question is, why should we be so serious about it? Why do we really care about the balances in the ecosystems? Because we are saying that the plastics cause imbalances in the ecosystem, and that imbalance in the ecosystem hits us directly because our human survival will largely depend on how our systems can generate to keep us alive and can generate to make sure that we have a good quality of life. And this is when you hear all this dialogue about ecosystem services. And it means that our security, our basic material, our health, and our social relations, it's all about the balances that we establish within the ecosystem. Right now, we do not have social relations. We are all in masks. We cannot even hug. We cannot sit and enjoy the drinks. The social relations already been disrupted. It's because of a virus. And this virus is all aligned to ecosystems balances. And this is where this big dialogue starts from. So we have to address it because, as I said, it's global, but it's down to the individual. And therefore, this all paradigm shift about the science and the behavior lies with the decisions that one individual makes. When you decide to throw out litter across the car, from the window of your car, it is a personal behavior. But then at the end, don't complain why there is litter around your house and mosquitoes biting you. Next, please. So, when we talk about moving towards plastic-free ecosystems, we also read it in the context of what everyone else is talking about in this country. And this is all embedded in our constitution, and we are all aware of this. But also, even the Vision 2030 also talks about the same. And so many other documents are aligned to this, and therefore it has to keep on flowing down, downstream. So let's go into the next. So when we are talking about plastics, we are in very, very brief terms saying we are actually threatening our terrestrial ecosystems across the world. And our previous speakers talked about the global phenomenon about these things. Eric has even talked about how fast water moves with plastics from India to Kenya. It only takes a few months. But just imagine the health factor that it brings to you once this effect has already taken toll on your health. It's not something you talk about 3 months. It's not something you can remove it to 3 months. It's not something you can take it back to India. It is something that will actually stick in your generation. And this is the ecosystem scenario that we are talking about. So plastics represent a threat to our ecosystems. And a threat to our ecosystem is to the core of our human survival and our being. And that's why it must go all the way to the personal initiative, not just policies, strategies, but guided by those policies, strategies, and regulations, we must drive it as individuals to see that each step that you make is actually pushing towards the same deliverable. Next, please. So we are also saying that plastics potentially represent toxins. They actually bring a lot of toxics to our systems, and most of the organisms may not be able to handle. And these are the kind of balances that we are talking about. Eventually, the ecosystem is damaged, and then it becomes an issue to get it out. Next. Now, a question to each one of us is, so what can we do? And the truth is that we can do something. And I just want to share with you something, a case of Mtopanga River, a very small initiative that we did and wanted to look at what can be done and how can it support the system. Now, Mtopanga River, as you all know, comes through a very highly populated area, all this Mtopanga River in red, and it picks up from here through Bamburi ecosystems all the way up to here, and then it crosses the road into the ocean. Now, that Mtopanga River is just one of those indicators of how litter, how different material cross over from the terrestrial ecosystems into the ocean. So we are saying that what is happening in our estates will end up in the ocean, and sometimes it ends up in the ocean without you seeing it. Most of the time you wonder how the litter around your house will get into the ocean, but all the drainage systems around your house will go to Mtopanga River, and eventually it will end up into the ocean. However, to get into the ocean, Mtopanga River has to go through Bamburi facility. Next. So this facility here, so we decided to look at it, and from here up to here is about 400 meters. Now this 400 meters represents a section that has not been mined. It's actually a section that has not been mined. It's been left sitting side by side of the quarries. It's now sitting next to rehabilitated zones, but that particular river has not been touched. Next. So what happens is that when the litter comes from the estates, from Bamburi, and it comes all the way up to from Kiembeni, and it carries whatever it can carry down until it gets to this point. So we identified the entry point into our system and created a trap that can actually trap this litter. Now, without any scientific statistics, what kind of litter is this? That is just a photograph. What kind of litter is that? No science about it. A picture, pop. It's plastics and plastics and plastics. So this point here became our focus of interest, our point of focus, so that we can actually trap this litter periodically and remove this litter, and in a small way, we would have actually saved a lot of pressure from the other side. This litter, and don't be cheated, this litter, when it gets into the ocean, it will go, and naturally the ocean at some stage will tell you, take back your mess. It will bring it back. Now, two things will happen from an ecosystem's perspective. On terrestrial ecosystems, the ocean will bring back what it feels it needs to bring back to you. And most of the time, it comes back with sediments and other sand and everything, so it buries them under. And they will still take the same years that you had Gedaika talking to you about, hundreds of years, but we are saying that area that has been buried is already been disturbed, it is changed, everything is altered. It will never be on its normal trajectory again. And then, of course, the ocean will also do the other mess. It will break down those other litter, those other plastics that are able to break into small pieces, get into the fish, and again, get into your plastic diet as our Nancy talked to us about. Next. So as it goes down, we try to observe what is going on. So you can see now what the water looks like. Naturally, again, without any tests, any scientific test, any laboratory test, if I take you there, you can tell me automatically this is bad water. So it again culminates into our behavior. Are you taking what you see seriously? Are you being part of that solution, or you're waiting for the scientists to come and do their measurements and spend money on it and do all manner of things and push you to do what you know you're actually supposed to do? So this water here is actually very, very toxic. This water has very high hydrogen sulfide. And these are just the normal things that you find. Even around your houses, if you find stagnant water, just take a stick and do that, and the smell that will come out of the water is actually like a rotten egg, which is most cases, for the specialists in chemistry here, they will tell you is hydrogen sulfide. And it's not a good gas for you. So at the end, you swallow it, it comes back to you. So it's not going back to anybody else. We can talk about the future generations, but you as a generation, you swallow it first, and some of those things will do what Eric said. It will start family planning for you, quietly. So let's take on the next slide. Now, as it goes down, you can see the dimensions, the changing form. Now, the bigger plastics are no longer here. The paper plastics are remaining here. They are trapped. Now, what happens? Now, the dynamics within the terrestrial ecosystem that are now driven by velocity of water and what the water carries as it goes down the ocean, it starts hitting them. So it hits on these nylon papers and all soft plastics, and eventually the mechanical fragmentation takes place. So this is now the process of getting microplastics and nanoplastics starts. So as it gets down to the other side, while you are still waiting to see big peppers, you may not see them as much sometimes, but the peppers, the plastics will still be within that water that goes over to the other ecosystem. Next. So the dialogue basically here is what's going on? What is going on in the ecosystems? Now you see, so the previous photo, you saw a lot of peppers, but now you're seeing what? Bottles, and it's going downstream. So the big bottles stick in the terrestrial ecosystem. They are trapped by the trees. In most cases, some of them will be buried there, and some of them will go down. But the small peppers, you will actually at some stage be very excited, oh, there are no peppers here, but I can guarantee you the small peppers have already gone down there. So this is as you go downstream. But remember the water, as much as now the vegetation is trying to mitigate, is trying to control the water, it is still bad water, all right? So it's still not good for biodiversity conservation. Let's move on. So having set that particular point as a trapping point, we decided to do collection, periodical collections. So every 3 to 4 months, we collect some litter there. And we push them over, and my colleague Ro will be telling you what he does with a lot of pepper. Move on. So I decided to pull this here, just to give you a snapshot of what we did last time. This was during the World Ocean Day. I sent a team there, and to collect what had already been brought here. And what really happens is that when it rains, that's when we get these collections. So when it rains, the forces of nature will try to clean what has been accumulating over the system and push it through, but eventually a lot of it remains. So now when we trap them, then we have a one-point destination that we can address all this. Now, I want just to draw your attention to the plastics. So we had 3 points of intervention, and because of it's a labor-intense activity, we just wanted to see what happens. So you look at this one, plastics, 92 kilograms. But when you compare with the others, when you compare with glass, 38 kilograms and 24. The second point at the, what you call the upper mid river, 95 kilograms, plastics. The other collections where everything else is put together, only 37. And then you look at the lower part, 87 kilograms, plastics. That is just a snapshot. And I didn't want really to put it too much into those statistics, but just to give you an indication of why everyone is crying about plastics. So you saw the photo, now you see the data. Is it aligned? The picture you saw, it's very much aligned. So let's move on. Next, please. So the question that each one of us carries home now is, what can we do to ensure the plastics are removed from our systems? Each person needs to have a strategy. So it's not the strategy we all sit and develop. It's that you, after developing strategy, you have your individual strategy as an organization, as a person, as a family. Start teaching these people how to get rid of these things. It's not about the Constitution. The Constitution only gives you a framework. It's not about the research institution. It's about your behavior. Let's move on. And if you embrace this as an initiative, it's much more different from being pushed or being whipped to do things. If it's embedded in your behavior, it's very easy for you to enjoy the process of collecting this litter. So one of the things that I've actually thought about sharing is, one, we need to demonstrate concern for ecosystems. Let's not just be concerned about the cars we drive, the money we make, and the good houses we live in. In most cases, your biggest problem comes from what you are generating with that car and your good life in your house. So we need to demonstrate a global concern. Everyone is concerned about ecosystems and plastics. You need to be part of that initiative. Take care of biodiversity so that this biodiversity will generate the resources that you need. Next, please. The other item that I looked about is this thing that we are all being pushed to understand, the circular economy. The circular economy. Let's look at waste as a problem, fine, but let's look at it more so as an economic loss. It is not a good idea to produce things that are only used once and they are dumped in the ecosystem and they come back hunting you down. They get into your system, they get into your intestines, they get into the air you breathe. It's just not a good way of living. So we need to look at that from that perspective. And therefore we need to be willing to roll our sleeves and get down to clean this mess that we've created ourselves. Next. The other item is let's drive innovation. Now, most of the time, we have very good documents, we have very good laws, we have everything in good place. However, innovation that goes with plastics is actually an innovation that is aligned to producing the goods that we produce. Most of the time, the plastics that are a big mess are not goods in themselves. They're actually packaging material. Even the water, it's a plastic bottle. It's not the water itself. So we need to look at the technology that brings you a product or something that will stay with you for some time. One day, a friend of mine told me that he read an article that said, if you're always losing your pen, you're always losing your pen. Buy a pen that is the cost of 2,000 bob and see if you lose it. But if you are walking around with these plastic pens that we buy 10 shillings, 20 shillings, you'll always lose it and pick another one, lose it and pick another one, and you lose it and pick another. Spend 500 or 1,000 bob, buy a pen, and tell me how long it will take before you lose it. You might stay with it for 10 years. So this is the same principle when we are driving our innovation. We need to look at how can this innovation bring us products that will stay with us and their value will not go down so quickly, like the polythene bags we buy and mama throws it out because the value is so, you just buy, throw it. Take coffee, throw it out through the window. Next, please. And the other one is, let's enhance and support ecosystems. What we are saying here is that there is so much data out here There are so many scientists busy. They put the information available to us, but we are not using that data to enhance and support the ecosystems. We've all been taught about science and conservation and environmental education all the way from primary, but at the end of the day, it's like for passing exams, and then after that, we leave the job to someone else. The same way it happens about litter, cleaning the litter. We actually believe it is the county that needs to collect the litter and take it to Mwakirunge, and then it comes back to us. So if we can exercise this small behavior within our own spheres of control, and we make sure that the county and even the national government has less burdens on litter, then we will have actually the money coming back to us to look at other systems, possibly health and others. So when we look at this, it's an individual perspective. We must look at it as an opportunity to protect the ecosystems from disturbances. And when we protect them from disturbances, it's not about picking the litter only. It's actually making sure that that disturbance is stopped at the source. And then when we get into this kind of arrangement, we will be allowing nature or ecosystems to go back to their natural, or what we call historical trajectory. That one that allows them to recover, to pick up resilience, and to start regenerating ecosystem functions and pathways that are aligned to all the ecosystem services that are useful to us. And then we need to, just move on. We need to work in partnerships. The environment, the same way we are sharing here, the same way we go to church together, we go to the mosque together, and we all gather to pray, we need to look at it that way. We need to put our sources together and work in partnerships. And let's go. Next. Good. So it's only then that we can jump and say our environment is good, it's a nice place to be. Thank you.
Going over your time, so it's really, really hard for us. There was an online presenter, so we can now not schedule her because it was supposed to be a long while ago. In that case, we are going back to Dr. Mutuku, and then we'll try and see if after that Sally will present, and then Beatrice will do that. The presentation for Dr. Mutuku is titled Plastic Pollution, the Environment and Health, Challenges and Opportunities. Dr. Mutuku works for Technical University of Mombasa, and quite a bit of this work was also in collaboration with the WWF Kenya. So you are seeing how people are networking already. The rest of the introduction can be made by himself as he waits for his presentation. Karibu, Daktari.
Good morning, or is it good afternoon? Yeah, so I teach public health at Technical University of Mombasa. But I happened to have been working on a lot of environment issues, and the research work that I've been doing over the years brought me into this, as you'll be able to see. I work with a couple of other people whom I will introduce later. So over the years, we have been researching on dengue and chikungunya fever, and we found that the mosquitoes that transmit these diseases breed a lot in plastic, and especially plastic waste. And that brought us into looking more into ways through which we can remove the plastics from the environment. Next slide. So You know about the problem of the plastic. Many of the previous speakers have talked about it. The plastic production growth has been much higher than our population growth, and most of the plastic is not collected. In some places, in some of the big towns in the country, we have even up to 60% of the waste not being collected, and we all know it's not biodegradable. Next. And plastic waste affects very many sectors. You know about what the previous speaker who was just here talked about: biodiversity, marine ecosystem, tourism, very unsightly in most places, toxic pollutants in terms of health, food security, and the diseases that that comes with it. And these all bring about economic issues. Next. So all these are effects of the pollution from plastic, loss of the biodiversity and ecosystem. Plastics are actually fossil fuels, and so they emit some gases as well, especially when they are bad, which is very common in our context. And they also affect the water supply, and I cannot expound more because the previous speakers have also talked about that. Nancy also talked about 1 credit card worth of plastic is being consumed every week, and that is something that has been researched on, is true. Next. Effects on tourism, the beaches, the coastline become very unpleasant with the plastics. Rural villages, when there is trash, it disrupts the pristine natural beauty of those places. Next. Next, please. So we have the negative effects of plastic on economy, the pollution of the environment, the tourism, health, all those. But we also realize we have an untapped opportunity, because people can really earn livelihoods from collecting the plastic. That plastic, that 60% which is never removed from the environment, can be a source of livelihood for many people, generate revenue and create jobs. Next. So we started some research work on plastic, and as I said earlier, we were initially targeting to look at where Aedes aegypti mosquitoes breeds, because this is a mosquito that transmits a lot of diseases, including dengue, yellow fever, chikungunya, Zika, and many others. And we collected a lot of data over 2 years, and significant of the mosquito immatures were breeding in these plastics, mostly those found around homes. So the the consequences of this are actually unavoidable because we can prevent that breeding in those plastics. Next. So one of the classic example was a chikungunya outbreak that happened in 2018. That time, there was a problem in Mombasa County in terms of garbage collection. And we think the garbage at that time contributed a lot to that chikungunya outbreak. We don't have data, but there are facts that suggest that that happened. Next. So, also we have been doing epidemiological studies on people, and we estimate that over 50% of people living in coastal Kenya are exposed to both dengue and chikungunya, and that about 10% of the febrile illnesses in Kenya are due to these mosquito-borne viral diseases, but mostly they are not diagnosed. So these viruses have a larger public health impact than malaria due to climate changes. I'm going to show you. Next. So we have done some modeling, and we predict that the suitability for malaria transmission, which is now higher than that of dengue, over time will shrink because of climate change, the warming. And so right now, the suitability for malaria transmission is about 25%, 25 degrees Celsius. But that of dengue is around 29, and we'll have a shift in the temperature from what we are now, where we are now, which is now optimum for malaria, to that of dengue. So we are likely to see more dengue, more chikungunya in years to come due to climate change. As there is warm temperature. Next. So we have been looking at ways in which we can broaden the partners in managing waste, and especially plastic waste. And so one of the things we did was to look into what has been done and what other partners, apart from those we already know, the county government and the others, can do. One of the things we learned is that in some cities in South America, it was possible to reduce the breeding of these mosquitoes through collecting garbage at least twice a week. So when you collect garbage, you also reduce the breeding of those mosquitoes. Next. So there is also opportunities in recycling, reusing. These are things that have been mentioned here. You can create jobs, and one of the things that has worked very well is recycling of metal and glass. So if these ones have been successful, we also think we need to motivate and bring in more players who can also recycle plastics to this level where we have metals and glass. Next. So this is what we found, the solid waste management here in Ukunda. So most of it goes to the environment, is disposed in the environment, and some of it, a lot of it is never collected, because the collection system is not very efficient. That is a fact, which some of the previous speakers have talked about. But we also have some informal collection, and I'm happy Dr. Neto talked about the plastic work being more informal. So we should move, making it even more formal. Next. So the recycling chain is what is happening in Ukunda is that we have the collectors who collect for a fee. They sell to some people who have yards. We are calling them yard shop operators. And then these people will sell to middlemen and then to the recycling units. Next. So what we found with these informal recyclers, or the value chain in the reformer, is that they face a lot of roadblocks, which start with the community. There is a lot of stigma in collecting solid waste, including trash. Here in Ukunda, we had about 10 secondary bins. That was last year, but because we had some meetings with the county government and the town manager and all that, they increased the bins now to about 20, but they are still very few compared to the population of almost 100,000 people. And a lot of the residents, these secondary bins are very far. Not to mention that most people live in situations where they don't have even the primary storage for waste. So it all ends up being burned outside or just thrown away. Then these yard shop operators, they also face a lot of challenges, which we are going to just see. Then the most discouraging aspect is the communities don't see any value in trash, and they have a lot of stigma for those who are handling trash. Next. So I hope, I'm not sure you can see, but when we talk to them,
your time is up.
I don't know, there is a figure there, it's not being seen. When we talked to the communities and all these stakeholders, there were a number of challenges. They are listed here. So these people, they lack support, market, they have harassment from the government, county government. There are also some policy issues that are coming up, especially with the transport, taxes, and all the levies, and there are a lot of health risks. Next. And then the collectors themselves, the ones who actually move from here to there, collecting whatever they can get, they also have those problems, harassment from the community. The community don't see them, they see them as thieves, and that has a problem. They are also exploited by the people who buy from them. They are exposed to a couple of risks. And also they have very poor infrastructure of when they get these things, where to get them. And so we also found there is need for them to be organized in such a way that they can advocate for a better waste collection environment. Next. So there are, from what we have seen here and talked to other partners, we have seen quite a number of challenges, price fluctuations. Transport is a big issue, taxes and levies. And then there are others like rental charges, low storage space, and stigma in the community. They are all together. Next. So we have been, as I said earlier, we had a business incubator. We trained some of the yard shop operators, but we realized there is a lot of, we need to strengthen the relationship between all the stakeholders so that these people are valued and they are seen as important players, people who can earn decent jobs from what they are doing, and also training on health and safety. And our aim was to get at least an increase of plastic waste volume collection. We see less fluctuations in the prices, the transport is streamlined, and also significant reductions in the breeding of the mosquito. Next. So we still have a lot to do. We need policies that will enable to support the recycling. We need access to business financing, support of creation of the of market for plastics. Almost everyone here now sells their plastics in Nairobi. Not all plastics are collected. The PETs are not collected, especially on the south coast. In north coast, in Mombasa, there is at least something happening there. The communities we need innovative ways of including the communities in this. They are the sources of this waste, and they really need, if we can get them involved, have the facilities for them to segregate the materials, it will be easier for everyone else involved in this journey. We need support groups. Through our initiatives, we have some groups that are coming up here in Ukunda that are agitating for support in the business of managing plastic waste and educating the communities. And also we need projects that are aimed at developing opportunities for especially young people to know that they can be part of this. Just go to the next slide. So we need policies that support the current efforts towards recycling and community involvement, financial incentives for people who are encouraged enough to invest time and their resources into plastic waste collection and recycling. Markets, we need more people, players in the recycling at the factory level. We also need to find ways of decreasing the transport cost. Plastic is bulky, and the governments can reduce the levies on this because it's really good for the environment. We also need to build recycling plants closer those that actually do the actual recycling, we almost have none here in Coast. The opportunities also exist in improving the infrastructure, storage, segregation. Those are things that can really help, and the community needs to be involved and get funding opportunities on this. And next, and lastly, we are also trying to find ways or avenues for disseminating and making our research outcomes into actions. So we are starting an NGO with my colleagues called ERI, and so you can log into ERI website there, and you can support us in whichever way in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mutuku. There's quite a lot of information. Let us give him another clap. And effectively, Beatrice, you'll be the last one. Let's have the online presenter first. So, Sally, if you are able to hear us, we are able to see you very well. And just try to see if you can share your presentation from your end. Excellent. So Sally is going to give us a different dimension of the discussion, slightly different from what we are talking about, but it's in the spirit of forming collaborations on tackling issues in Mombasa. And then after her presentation, we shall also link up with people tomorrow at 2 o'clock to follow up on what she's going to tell us about. So this intervention that Sally is going to present is a new dimension on the Mijibora project, part of trying to be a smart city of Mombasa. And Dr. Sally is a research associate at the Stimson Center in the USA, and I'd ask her to give a brief introduction of herself and her organization before she starts the presentation. Sally, welcome.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Excellent.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. As I was just introduced, my name is Sally Yozel, and I'm a senior fellow and director of the Environmental Security Program at the Stimson Center. And the Stimson Center is a policy research institution based in Washington, D.C. in America. And in our program at the Stimson Center, we focus on the intersections between environmental processes, natural resource governance, and security. And we work with a diverse range of partners like yourself to really build solutions. And what we call it is using a research to action model. So let me thank you, all of you, and the event organizers in particular, Mombasa County, HAND in Eastern Africa, WWF Kenya, and Comrade for inviting me to speak today. And I'd also like to expend a special thanks to Dr. Nato for hosting this important discussion. And I also want to really thank Comrade and the Mijibora Project and WIOMSA, who have been partners with us on this project from the beginning, which I will discuss today. So what I'm going to talk about today are the linkages between waste management, pollution, and the climate crisis. And I'm going to brief you all on a climate vulnerability project that we are currently doing in Mombasa City. So if we go to the second slide. Can we have the second slide, or am I driving it? Let's see. Thank you. So waste management and pollution, as we've been hearing all morning, really represent a critical risk to building resilience across human and natural systems in coastal cities. So for example, runoff from agricultural areas and city streets, unplanned urbanization in coastal areas, and pollution from economic activity like shipping activity that we see on the ports and the waste that is up there, all contribute to risks. In Mombasa, the population, as you know, has almost doubled in the past 20 years. And in many areas, this growth has far outpaced infrastructure development, including housing, water, wastewater, and all of this poses challenges to the city population and the natural environment. So we see discarded plastic. It can come blocking drainage systems, or sometimes poor sewage waste management can be compounded by stormwater flooding, resulting in rivers and bays and estuaries we just learned about. Plastic waste can also waste management ecosystem, fish populations, ecosystems like seagrasses, corals, and which is a risk sea level rise, erratic rainfall, and extreme increase the risk of flooding, while critical infrastructure $4.8 billion worth of assets exposed to flooding and inundation from sea level rise. So these complex interaction you can see on the slide above. On this slide, it's really important that shows that decision makers view all of the and through and to understand with the waste management and face sources, environment, are really looking for help and design of climate solutions. Next slide. Okay. I seem to have, can you see me? So we're now. you able to hear me?
Dr. Yezel, if you could start from the beginning of the slide again. I think we lost you for a while. The second slide. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're coming through
so we
now.
have on so in response discussing, we have developed CORV, climate and ocean risk vulnerability.
Dr. Sally, Yezel, can you switch off your video? You can switch off your video and then just share the slides.
Is that
Okay, try now. Let's see, maybe it's better.
okay? Can you hear me?
Very good. Thank you.
So anyway, slide 3. Ocean Risk Index is a decision support tool, a broad range of connected to climate change, a coastal profile, and CORV, the Nick version, profile, in pollution traits, how they connect with other ocean, climate, socioeconomic pressures. So are commonly understood, and you can on the slide, commonly understood, that's the physical threat, exposure, the or infrastructure, and then the vulnerability, really the capacity, environment, the economy to be a hazard. Prove and data on vulnerability is challenge today. So what we have done is CORV has been developed to really help vulnerabilities city level bottom up data collection. So the CORV tool is made up of risk indicator categories, which are grouped under ecological, financial risks. And then these 10 categories have close to 100 indicators underneath them. 100 indicators. It's a lot of 1 to 10 basis. So it provides decision makers with a very detailed risk information on the vulnerability that a city. These indicators are indirectly connected to waste management and pollution. So for example, ecological risk includes the severity of climate hazard like flooding and heat waves, or the extent of health of the nature-based defenses like mangroves and corals, and the quality of fresh water resources and the state of fisheries, all of which are affected by waste management and pollution. Financial risks include how dependent is a city and country on vulnerable industries and infrastructure, such as waste management infrastructure, capacity, and for example, also the extent of informal housing, which can affect waste management. And then finally, the political risk assessment, such as migration to coastal cities and the capacity of key government institutions to respond both to long-term challenges like sea level rise and short-term disasters such as flooding. Could we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So after successful pilots in the Caribbean, the Stimson Center, in partnership with Comrade, the Michigori Project, and Wyomsa, are now doing a Corvi assessment in Mombasa. And Corvi assessments are also underway in 5 coastal cities around the world, including to the south in Dar es Salaam. So to date, we have spoke to over 30 experts in Mombasa, including many of the people here today. We have also collected empirical data where it is available on climate hazards like rainfall, flooding, heat, storms, and sea surface temperatures, and the extent and health of nature-based solutions, as well as infrastructure resilience. And based on this research, several key themes have started to emerge which are relevant to our discussion today, including the impact of plastic waste and associated pollution to marine ecosystems, how plastic waste can compound flood risk, and the risks posed by sea level rise to solid waste management practices. So the Corvi assessment, our assessment, is seeking to integrate information about resilient work already underway in Mombasa with climate hazard data. This data is then supplemented with expert surveys from government officials like yourselves and academics and civil society leaders and representatives from the business community to really develop granular risk scores on the impact of climate change to social, economic, and environmental systems in Mombasa. The final risk scores will then be used to develop specific priority recommendations to reduce risks highlighted through the expert survey process. Tomorrow, Comrade will be sharing our Corvi expert survey with all of you. And on behalf of the Corvi project team, I would be so grateful if you would complete the survey and provide your expert insight as we build the Corvi risk database in Mombasa. Corvi is only as successful as the information and feedback we receive from experts like yourselves. So we have collected existing empirical data, but as you all know, there are a lot of data gaps. So receiving critical survey data from experts such as yourself allows us to really fill these gaps and build a comprehensive assessment. If it weren't for COVID-19, normally I would be there with you and we would be there for a couple weeks working with all of you on this project in person. But that is why we're so grateful to Comrade and Wyomsa for helping us to reach out to each of you to explain Corvi and complete these expert surveys. We will also be reaching out in the next week to schedule further expert interviews so we can really drill down into these issues and engage in solution-based discussions about building a resilient Mombasa. So to finish, I'd like to reiterate the value of Corvi. At a time when financial resources are tight and the climate emergency is on us, we have developed a tool that integrates climate and ocean risks to really assess the vulnerability of social economic systems, including waste management and pollution. And these assessments are already being used in other places in the world where we have finished them, like in the Caribbean. And this type of information is designed to help decision makers really prioritize actions and gain access to financial capital while providing a level of confidence to investors that their funds are being used wisely so they can improve the safety and security of city residents. So with that, thank you, and we look forward to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Yeah. I hope you heard that, Dr. Yezel. There was an applause for you. Another applause for Dr. Sally Yozel. So you've seen how she has integrated other drivers to climate change and address solid waste. We shall address this issue again tomorrow at 2, and Dr. Sally will be here with a team to follow up. I know it's lunchtime, but we only have one presentation. So the presenters for this morning session went into a kind of agreement to make sure that we don't have a panel discussion. So we'll have one presentation from KWS, and then we can go for late lunch of 45 minutes or 50 minutes and come in for the next session. So Gerard has worked for a very long time in Mombasa Marine Park, and they have a very elaborate solid waste program that integrates most of what was being discussed by CODIO, County Government of Mombasa, and Bamburi Cement, and also trying to look at how the community are getting involved in the project. I'll let her give an introduction of herself and then the KWS work and go into her presentation. Please load up the presentation as she introduces herself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Beatrice Jerop, working for Kenya Wildlife Service based at Mombasa Marine Park. Basically, I'm going to present to you about the beach management program that we have been conducting for the last 10 years. And I'll just give you an overview of what we are doing as KWS and also the custodians of Mombasa Marine Park and other marine parks within the Kenyan coastal area. Next. This is just an overview of the location of the marine protected area within Mombasa. You can see we are stretching from Mombasa, from Tapa Creek to Chuda Creek, and that's where the location of our main office is just near to the Jomo Kenyatta Public Beach, and the marine park itself is just 1 kilometer from the shore. So yeah, the marine park is in the shore, in the water, just 1 kilometer from the beach. And that's now the point of access. We have a point of access to the marine park at Serena. You come to Travelers, you come to the public beach again, and then to Voyager and the Nyali area. Next. The history of the trash management started way back in 2011. It was initiated as a program by different volunteers, and from there we pick it as an organization. And the main objective as to why we do this management program of managing the trash is to get the beach as a product of tourism to be cleaned, and also to reduce the trash being washed away into the marine park, where they are being ingested by the marine life and gets away to the system, and it affects all of us. And also, the other important is that the beaches are important nesting sites for the sea turtles and also for recreation. That's for you and me as a human being. So it's a very important and critical area that we need to keep it clean and trash-free. So as an organization, we are committed to do or to oversee the cleanup of a 12 beach kilometer stretch. Next. Now, the roles of Kenya Wildlife Service, that is within Mombasa Marine Protected Area, is to protect marine critical habitats, provide beach security to all beach users, conduct park surveillance, that's within the waters, conduct the beach cleanups, that's we do it on a daily basis and also on a monthly basis, and we have extended the cleanups even to underwater area. Information collection, that's in regards to trash and other information that we need to manage the beaches. Also, we arrest, as a law enforcement agency, we arrest and prosecute all the law offenders in regards to wildlife crimes and any other offenders related to Kenya that are going against the Kenyan law. We also, after collecting or the cleanup, it's also our mandate to transport the waste to the dump site that is designated in Mwakironge. Also, we do turtle monitoring, right from nesting and also their foraging, and also turtle hatchling release. That's in regards to monitoring. We have another activity or our role in stakeholders engagement, species removal, monitoring is also our part. And in terms of species, invasive species, the main challenge that we are having is the cactus and sisal. That the cactus are now eating parts of the beaches that are potential nesting sites for the sea turtle and also recreation areas. Thus, they are endangering the survival of sea turtles. And also, we are at the whistleblowers, since it's our mandate to secure the beaches and other areas. It's also, we are the first whistleblowers in terms of encroachment. And lastly, we partner with other agencies to conserve protected areas and other critical areas for humanity. Next. The beach cleanup activities are done on a daily basis. The program has been contracted with 10 beach management staff who were recruited once it was started. The capacity, they are now 30 in number. And recently we have the economic stimulus for the youth. Those are the scouts who were recruited recently, and they are working. Around 87 have been deployed to do the cleanups along the beach, and that's on a daily basis. On a monthly basis, we do the beach cleanup in collaboration with other stakeholders. On a monthly basis, we do it once. For the underwater cleanup, we do it on every quarter, and it involves also a lot of stakeholders. Next. The area of concerns is the beaches. The beaches are where there is it's a high use zone within Mombasa, because all people, the domestic and international tourists, are concentrating along the beaches. The hotels are located along the beaches, and that's our area of concern. And as an organization, we have partitioned the beach into blocks to ease our management in regards to waste, and also for the supervision. And we are doing this in collaboration with the hoteliers and other key stakeholders. Next. The stakeholders, as I've said, they range from the hoteliers, beach operators, other government agencies, and this has seen our collaboration for the last 10 years in waste management. Next. The habitat status. The current status of our marine park in Mombasa is good, despite the natural challenges that we are encountering on a daily basis. We have climate change, which is affecting us, and also we have the riverine, Topanga River, that has been talked by everyone here. It's affecting us, even given that the source is getting directly into the marine park. So all the waste that are coming from the river, from upsource down, it's washed to the marine park. And it's a real challenge for us, and all challenges are washing up to the ocean, and that's a threat to the marine life. There are no new cases of the encroachment, apart from the previous and the existing ones. And the Jomo Kenyatta Public Beach has been a challenge to us, but now is under minimal operation. And in terms of waste production, we can say it is minimal because it's not operational as we talk, due to COVID and other issues. So it's a plus to us. Okay, the southern beaches have been invaded mostly by the cactus. Those are the invasive species, and we are in the process of removing them. But now they are choking up the beach, so we need that collaboration from other stakeholders to support us, so to ensure that these beaches are free of the invasive species. Next. The beach security, that's an assurance for tourists and every user that it has really improved compared to other years. We as KWS and other agencies, we have been collaborating to ensure there is sanity in beach of enforcement, and also we have been dealing with other crimes, including the drug abuse, and there are minimal operation by the drug abusers and other small crimes that are being committed compared to the previous years. So in terms of waste and other small crimes, we can say we have dealt with that, and thus we have increased the space for human use, which again is becoming a burden to us because the users of the beach are now coming in with a large number of waste. Next. The funding. As I said, the program was initiated by some people, and later it was adopted. Funding to this program is a challenge since we have only small amount that is being channeled to this program. And also to train these people now to be that proficient in terms of waste management. Waste management only starts from picking, and it goes a long way, and it needs a lot of speciality in it. But those people that have been recruited are just laymen that have been recruited from the community to support in that removal of waste. So it's a challenge to us, and it's high time we now welcome the other stakeholders to support us in this. Next. The general MPS status compared to other years, we normally do conduct a monthly monitoring whereby we assemble an unit of 10 by 10 meters, and we found that the trash is reducing compared to the baseline data that was collected in the year 2011. Now in a 10 by 10 meter square, we are getting around 10 to 15 pieces. Compared to the baseline data, we could get to 100 plus waste. And also the ecosystem now, when you check on the monthly data, it is indicating that the ecosystem is improving based on the management actions that is science-based, as we have said. And also because the data we are collecting is what we are using to make the decisions that are being implemented in the management of the MPA. Next. Now these are the quantities of trash that are being collected on a monthly and yearly basis. And this is a comparison of 2018-2019 financial year and 2019-2020 financial year. So when you compare the 2 years, you find the number of trash is reducing as we go forward because of the management actions that we are implementing as an organization. Next. The sea turtle numbers also. You find from our summaries the nesting and the number of nests vis-a-vis the number of hatchlings being released are increasing when you check it from 2019 to 2020, all the way to 2021. So we have not processed our data for 2021, but as per this, we are improving on a daily basis. So it's a plus for us as an organization and to us all as a country. Next. Our strength is, as I said, we are using data, we are collecting it, and using it to manage the marine protected area. We have enhanced our basic marine management capacity. We have a healthy marine ecosystem, but here we can't say the percentage because we have other challenges that are pulling us back. We have increased conservation efforts in regards to the beach and also to the turtle conservation. In the reserve where the fishing and the fishers are carrying out their activities, we can say there is increased fish catch, creation of employment. We have the new recruits of the Game Scouts. It's a plus for us. And also the fishers' perception on the importance of the marine protected area to them. They are perceiving it now to be positive compared to previous years. The revenue collections has also increased. The stakeholders' engagement is also increasing. And also we have proactive turtle conservation strategies, and they are being implemented. We have succeeded in eradication of the illegal fishing gears, which are destroying the marine protected area, and it's a plus to us. And also we have a functional database. And also we have, due to all this, we have increased domestic visitation, and also due to enforcement and our continuous surveillance, we have reduced the number of violations within our protected area. Next. The challenges are not limited. We have the climate change, inadequate resources to manage this protected area. These resources are not limited to personal protection equipment. We have habitat destruction, which is done by the locals and other factors, which include the illegal gears. Indiscriminate littering by beach users, which is factored in terms of behavior and attitude. And then we have increased business activities along the beaches. With COVID, some businesses were closed down. But now they find spaces along the beach and they get down to do business. We are trying our best to regulate them, but it's still a challenge because these people, when they crowd on the beaches, remember the spaces that are only remaining are for nesting, sea turtle nesting. But again, they are coming in to pump in a lot of waste because their businesses are generating waste. And then we have the lack of equipment and tools for underwater cleanup. We are now exploring to the underwater cleanup because most waste are now finding their way into the marine waters. And that's where now the critical habitats are. Also, the staff that are being employed to work on the beach management program, they lack that capacity for waste segregation. And also the capacity to handle the waste. And the community around the community, the MPA, they lack that basic knowledge on waste management and how to support the conservation efforts within the protected area. Next. Now the challenges, as I said, we have the invasive species and the crowd along the beaches. The number of people are increasing on a daily basis on the beaches. And we have beach encroachment. You can see the beach walls. They are taking up now the nesting sites. And also we have, that is an underwater plastic. It's almost engulfing the starfish and the seagrass meadows. Also we have poaching, which is an issue to us, or a challenge. You see, these are the fresh sea turtle carapaces that have been killed by the community, and they are consuming the meat. This is a packed meat ready for transportation. And we have the upland waste that are being washed from uplands downwards to the marine protected area and to the beaches. Next. Thank you. That's the end of my production.
Bringing to a close the presentations for the theme for plastic, people and ecosystems, and I can You can see how diverse that session was, from the time we started with Nancy, then to David, and on to Francis Mtalaki, and Eric, Albert, then Francis Mutuku, and Sally, and finally Beatrice. I'm grateful for you giving me this chance to chair this session. And the presenters in the first session, don't worry, you still have a right of response to the questions that are coming through. Others are coming through the social media, and the participants here have prepared questions. So what we are going to do, we shall request the moderator for the next session to have those seats occupied by the first session, and then we shall put other seats here for the second session. So we shall field questions for the two sessions at the same time. That way we'll not have to increase the time for the program. I know we have a very interesting program in the evening, which no one wants to have delayed. So thank you very much once again, and a big applause to yourselves. And to our online followers, we have a hashtag that we are using for this workshop. So we are going to share that on the screen all the time, so that as you go sharing, we start implementing what Francis Mtalaki told us. Welcome for lunch. Any housekeeping, please?
Hello, everyone. It's time for lunch. We are going to take lunch from the same point we took our breakfast. We are going to provide yes, Jemima? Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, we are going to provide you with 2 meal cards, one for soft beverage, and the other one lunch food coupon. Kindly, you'll provide one at each and every point. Thank you. For the next session, I will be the moderator. Kindly, I expect we engage from the topics shared so that we can share knowledge, skills, and expertise across the board. Let's have someone to volunteer and pray for the lunch. A volunteer, kindly. attention. We are going to proceed.
Kenya produces an estimated
program.
500,000 tons of plastic a year. Only about 15% is recycled.
We had a very successful.
The rest remains uncollected, burned illegally, or dumped. Meanwhile,
broke for lunch. And at this point, our theme is on plastic economy. We are going to have a number of presenters. That is from Alex Kubasu, WWF, Albert Wambugu, Hand in Hand Eastern Africa, and then Karin Boomsma from the Sustainable Inclusive Business. But they are going to present in this order. Karin Boomsma from the Sustainable Inclusive Business will come first, followed by Albert Wambugu. Then Alex Kubasu will come in third. And then from there, we have our panel down. We will engage the presenters. Hope Karin Boomsma from Sustainable Inclusive Business is good to go and give us his presentation on Kenya National Plastic Pact. He is doing his presentation virtually, so hope our the lady Karin from Sustainable Inclusive Business.
Recording in progress.
Also designing practical tools to raise awareness around circular economy and climate change. And one of the aspects we work a lot in is circular economy, because we see that circular economy structure answers to how to actually design a sustainable and inclusive future. And regarding the plastic and the plastic menace we have created in the last 60 years, we are developing the Kenyan Plastic Pact. And that is actually great for Kenya and great for the private sector and for all stakeholders that want to make a better impact. As we are only the second plastic pact in Africa, and there are more around the world, and we drive quite ambitious targets. So I would like to just invite you to look at my presentation and to understand how the Plastic Pact can make a difference, and also maybe you can join where you see there's a role for you to play. So the Plastic Pact, there are some partners behind the scene. Obviously our host, our mother is KEPSA, and then us is Sustainable and Inclusive Business, and then you have the Global Pact, so the Plastic Pacts globally, and they are supported by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. So the Ellen MacArthur Foundation is the circular economy institute that we base our vision on as well. We are currently, for the development of the pact, funded by REP, MAVA, and the Kingdom of the Netherlands and DEFRA. So with those partners, we like to address, and maybe I should move my screen, you can read what it says to the side. Based on a statement in 2016, we say that actually it's going to be more plastic than fish in the ocean by 2050. And to look at the solution for a circular economy, that is a solution that has a holistic approach. So we really look at how resources flow from the start, from being a virgin and raw material, and then where do they end up? And currently we see that a lot of plastics do actually end up being only used once and very hard to manage after. And what we would like to see is actually that plastics are becoming input again for the next round of products that are the same, and we call that closed-the-loop design. However, not every plastic will be possible to recycle closed-the-loop, and therefore we look at recycling, downcycling, making other products out of it with another value, lower value, or upcycling. Based on 3 principles, we actually like to drive the change, and this is our vision for a new plastic economy. So we want to first and foremost eliminate all problematic and unnecessary plastic. And that doesn't mean we need to start banning everything that we can't manage at the moment, but we need to identify what we can replace or we can innovate in order for it to become reusable, recyclable, or compostable. And that's the innovation part. Only then we can say we can keep everything in the loop and we will circulate materials and resources, and they will never become waste. The global commitment on plastic economy, new plastic economy, is shared by 500 organizations globally, and the implementation locally through plastic pacts around the world is being done by the plastic pacts. Here you can see where the other pacts are. Here you see that only in South Africa there's an established plastic pact, and we are the second one on the continent, which is great because it's also an acknowledgement for Kenya, who wants to drive the change and is known for signing plastic pact agreements, also UNEA, driving the ban on plastic bags, but also having now in place and trying to implement that. So it's not for no random choice that Kenya is being the second pact on the continent. Now, the Kenyan Plastic Pact, the vision is already shared in a circular economy for plastic. Plastics will never become waste. And what we do as a plastic pact, we will be a platform where we bring those all types of from all types of sectors, so retail, producers, users, actors, brand owners. We bring them together with supporters who are the and to drive the initiative. So but it ends there, and I think for the to make really plastics ready for a new economy, we need to do much more, and we need to work together. And with this, we can tap into all the knowledge in a plastic pact and also in the knowledge and networks of the foundation. So who can join? Yeah, businesses who produce and use plastic, and specifically plastic packaging, brand owners, retailers, importers, manufacturers, wholesalers, but also the recyclers and the waste sector businesses, because we might design something that is recyclable, but only the recyclers know whether there's a market for that specific material again. Supporters are government bodies, sector or associations, financial and associations, financial institutes, but under the government bodies, obviously also the county governments are very important because they actually implement national waste management bills. The scope in Plastic Pact is all plastic packaging consumed in Kenya, and we select problematic plastic items, all polymers and formats, and imported and domestically produced plastics. So we also include the imported products and actually the whole plastic value chain represented. Now, why are we more than just a platform bringing issues and challenges together and then solutions. It's because we really work with strong targets, and there are 4 targets. And that is where we report on, and we will keep track of where we are. So we can really see whether the solutions we offer do help to meet those targets. One is we eliminate all plastic packaging that is problematic or unmanageable. We do that through either reuse or alternative materials, reuse, recycling, or compostable. Target 2 is plastic packaging to be reusable or recyclable, 100%. And then the target 3 is plastic packaging should effectively be recycled. And then target 4, the average recycled content across all plastic packaging. We put a target on that. The targets they vary per country because not every country has the same context. Some countries have a long-lasting history with an EPR, and we, for instance, just start working on that. Some countries have a massive amount of infrastructure for waste management, and others don't. So you see now target 1 is literally eliminate all unnecessary or problematic plastics packaging. But how we do that, we need to define. We will collectively, with the work group and the members, define a list of plastics that just need a different delivery model. The target 2, we want by our target set by 2030, we want all plastic packaging to be either reusable or recyclable, 100%. So we can't, otherwise we haven't managed to get target 1 right if we don't manage target. Target 2 is everything that goes into society in terms of plastic packaging should be reusable, recyclable. Out of that, we will target for 40% effectively recycled content materials, because at the moment we are at 9. We think this is manageable. And target 4 is actually very ambitious because it defines the quality of recycling, and we would like to have closed-loop solutions. So even food grade, if we have a plastic water bottle and you can recycle it, then actually we should recycle it back into a plastic bottle. So by 2030, we would like to have 15% of all the packaging containing recycled, 15% recycled material. And for one plastic type, it would be easier than others, so it's an average, where we probably have a higher rate on PET and rPET. Now, how do we meet target 1? We collectively take items in Kenya. We commit to eliminate those items by innovative solutions. For instance, we support actually existing initiatives, or we build from that, or we amplify them, or we scale that. And then we support members to take. Then we have reporting to just really track whether our interventions are fruitful. Target 2. How do we meet target 2? 100% recyclability or reuse. We design for recyclability, so we have to have clear guidance on that. How do you design for recyclability? What kind of content should you or shouldn't use? Should it be just one plastic packaging instead of a combination of various plastic materials and not clear packaging? We look at labels, we look at stickers, and we identify feasible solution for non-recyclable packaging, such as flexibles, because they keep on being quite a challenge. Then we innovate on delivery models, we scale up reuse models, and we create and we actually lobby for investment in infrastructure. On target 3, we would say we want content to really be recycled, and that's the 40%. We want to actually boost initiatives that contribute to that rate. We want clear visibility on roadblocks to effectively recycle plastic packaging. So a very honest multi-stakeholder approach where we really collectors and waste recyclers also providing us input on it might be recyclable, but maybe it's not going to be recycled because there's no market. We engage with the informal sector through partners. We look for citizen engagement and behavioral change. We unlock investment in infrastructure, and we partner with the local governments as well to set up facilities that actually allow us to recycle and sort much better. On target 4, to have recycled content in our products, we will develop a standard of recycled plastics to provide be a label stating that there is recycled content that is safe for packaging of food and beverages, for instance. Then we developed a strategy to increase recycled content. We create labs for innovation. We again have a clear roadmap with bumps on the road. Include and look at really pushing for target 2 and 3, because otherwise we won't have any materials for target 4. And we develop end markets and look at the supply chain policies. How do we really meet that? We have those targets, we design a roadmap, and we do that through working groups. At the moment, we are in phase first, and a lot of people have interest from their company for, they have a focus to 1 or 2 targets already. They will work on those 2 targets in working groups and collectively decide what would be the best way to meet the targets and to make as much progress as we can. And you will see that we do need everyone to be on board. It's only a part of the solution. We need to work together. And again, it's boiling down to businesses, government, both national as on level, waste management, and citizens. What we could look at in terms of work, more specifically, is creating that list of problematic and unnecessary packaging items. We look at guidance for producers to economic recyclability. We could champion existing collection and recycle initiatives and actually help them to grow further and in an effective way. And we provide them to specify recycled plastics in packaging. And we have obviously a reporting framework. If you then say, okay, we have the EPR, we have this, how effective is the work of a plastic pact? I'm just showing you some impacts of the UK Plastic Pact. So the UK Plastic Pact members, they just did 1% unnecessary and problematic items, so it's not yet 100%, but there's a lot of progress. They have to now have 64% of all the plastic being placed on the market is recycled. So they still have time to meet their targets. Target 4, they have managed to increase from 9% to 13% of having recycled content in your products. Over 100,000 ton of film is recycled in the UK. That has been built, and we're currently doing that in Kenya. There's developments on the flexible recycling points as well. And they have reuse and refill operations at a record level. So those are achievements, for instance, at the UK Plastic Pact. Then, just in very brief, what again is happening in the Plastic Pact. We create new business models, we find collective funding for investment in the infrastructure. We increase the recycled content demand, so people and businesses that want to use recycled content. There is citizen engagement and new innovative design for packaging. Then in the pacts and the policies, we see that the EPR is being promoted and actually being to be implemented. Recycled content and labels for that's being developed. We see deposit return systems and sorting at source. The benefits for businesses to join the Plastic Pact is that we show leadership. Oh, sorry for that. We show leadership, we show technical expertise. We share that with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and other plastic pacts. We have a lot of examples and statements how the plastic pacts are actually working together and how that is very useful. We influence policy, research and investment, and we actually boost the current activities of businesses. That is a few of the benefits of being a partner. We also work with the informal waste sector and collection sector. And then I'm coming to the end of the presentation. If there's any questions so far, I'm very happy to answer them.
Thank you, Karin, for the presentation. We are going to have questions after all presenters under this theme have done their presentation. So we kindly request that you stay plugged in. We will be able, we have noted down the questions and we'll get back kindly. But unless there is
Thank you.
Observation. Yeah. Thank you for that presentation and also for sharing the knowledge and the expertise. We are seeing a lot of vibration towards plastic recycling, and especially on the 3 principles on eliminating all the necessary plastic. Secondly, innovation that we can put along to ensure that we enhance upscaling and downscaling. On the other part, again, is on the circular economy, ensuring that each and every plastic is recyclable. It has been recovered and gotten back into the system, and also with the ambitions that the Kenya Plastic Pact has. At this juncture, we are going to have Albert Wambugu, hand in hand Eastern Africa, tackling the agenda on community engagement strategy for green enterprises. Welcome, Mr. Albert.
Recording in progress.
As I wait for the PowerPoint, I'm Albert Wambugu. I am the CEO of Hand in Hand Eastern Africa, one of the host organizations, and I'm very happy to be invited, especially by our Mombasa team, so that we partner in this dialogue. I want to introduce Hand in Hand first. As an NGO, we have been in Kenya for the last 10 years. We empower communities, and we do that through creation of micro enterprises. We aim to have sustainable jobs and enterprises at the tail end. And part of the engagement that you are seeing today is one of the methods that we apply in ensuring that our partners are working with us. Let's go to the next slide. So Perhaps one of the most important things we see, and we describe it as impact for us globally, is that enterprises survive, the business incomes are increasing. Then we also see the resilience of members' business. When you hear me talking about members, these are the people we get into the program, and we work with them, so we move them from a point of low income, especially those under the overall poverty status, and we raise their levels of income. So the fourth point of impact is increased decision making by women in households. Next, please. In the past, as I said, we have worked in Kenya, so I'll focus on Kenya, but we have also worked in Rwanda and in Tanzania. We are still having another program going on. We have reached over 338,000 members in 10 years, and we have 315 micro enterprises logged in because they have been created and enhanced. We also have 425,000 jobs. We call jobs because we record them as such, and we have seen up to 72% of income uplift between the time of onset all the way to the time we exit, and these are evaluations that we do at the end of the project. Our website and our social media has more evidence, especially the success stories. We also have failures which we could talk about also and which we have learned from. We go to the next, please. Today, we have partnered, especially in the Mombasa County, under the Waves of Change project. 3 years we'll be working here. Since August we started. We'll be in Sweden. We have partners hand in hand, Sweden and Keep Sweden Tidy. Keep Sweden Tidy is in the waste management sector and has been doing this long in Sweden. They give us technical assistance and we cross-learn with them. Also, maybe just for information, this project is being implemented both in Mombasa, Kenya, and in India, where we have hand-in-hand India, and we are focusing on the ocean, reducing plastic waste, and then increasing enterprise incomes, and increasing the dissemination and replication of the local waste management solutions. So it will be a lot of learning, and this is one of the areas where we believe with partners we will be creating more learning platforms. In terms of seeing community engagement, we have We have, let's go to the next one. Please move to the next slide. Yes, we see communities as cardinal stakeholders, and if you look at the Constitution of Kenya, we are given rights. There are those rights that they describe as belonging. They are not granted, they are given, they belong. Meaning that whatever rights that we are talking of about communities are very inherent in them being communities of people. And communities seek to maximize the enjoyment of those rights, and that every person is a member of the community. So we will be talking of the communities and ourselves as members of certain communities. And we look at the community engagement process, where also we look at it as an outcome, and we believe in participation, and especially in decision making. And even further, we have also areas where we know that they'll make choices and be involved in matters that affect them. Next, please. I would want to talk of the experiences we have had with communities, especially as we try to empower them. And then on the other side, we'll be trying to touch more on how we have been trying to address the plastic pollution. One of the key things that we found is low access to finance, facing community members, especially the low income ones. One other area is when they are mobilized, the lack of cohesiveness, and this reduces their power to determine their choices and the future as communities. There is also evident lack of business management skills, challenges of value addition when they even try to work on certain products, especially now if we focus on waste. We see also that they are faced with challenges where they don't have strong market linkage. They will begin activities, but they'll then say we don't have the market. We also have non-compliance with laws, regulations, and standards. This has been very telling because perhaps I will give you an example. In 2018, we accepted to go into waste management as entrepreneurship. And we have learned, and from testimonies and even discussions with the community members, that the kind of laws that are there, the regulations and certain standards that have been set have put them out of business the moment into business. And the first day you try to start an enterprise, you realize that you are either violating or about to violate a certain regulation. We visited a group in Nairobi, and when they explained that they wanted to be transporting especially waste, the minimum that was required was about 50,000 shillings to get going. And this is somebody in a community member who has decided to start an enterprise and even to come together with others to do so. The other area is inability to keep pace with changes in technology. Things keep on changing for our members, and they are also of their very nature of having been excluded, they sometimes also fall behind. So we could be going into a future where we think, how do we make inclusion, even in terms of technology, ability to receive information, and other types of empowerment that help people to keep pace with technology. We have also witnessed the primary access to primary resources as a challenge. That limitation. When we want to exit with communities, we have seen them struggle so much even to get land to put like a collection point. And therefore, resources like those become like barriers. The other area we've seen is things like utilities. A power connection that took us 8 months going to the electricity organization to try and get them to get a 3-phase connection. We have identified the site, we have trained them, they have formed groups, they have a business plan, but all these were barriers that sometimes we have seen. Next slide, please. In 2020, we were clocking 10 years as an organization. We decided to do an impact survey. And the study was done by one Professor Brian Ganson, and he turned a verdict on the work that we do. among community members. He said that there was significant uplift and motivation and the ability of the members to carry out business, to start. It's like they had found themselves afresh. But on the other side, he cautioned, or the report cautioned, that the system was too strong for these members to keep in that state of empowerment and perhaps even growing. And that put us in a situation where we had to make decisions whether we want to work just in the system, but also whether we can work on the system. I think a forum like this is where we are working on the system because we are reaching out to each other, because some of us here are key decision makers. So the systemic challenges that we identified for this community of people who want to start enterprises are high costs of inputs and low prices for their outputs. And because of that, the experience has always been that they'll stay out of empowerment. The current project that we are running is aiming to create green enterprises. We have identified that to do so, the enterprises would need to make profits. So one attribute of a green enterprise is to make profit. The second aspect or attribute is to reduce harm to the environment. And that is where now we have found space, because again we are aiming at working in reducing plastic pollution. And systemic challenge that we envisage again from our impact study is that there are unmet promises that face them in terms of education, technical assistance, infrastructure, and fair dealing. I like the presentation by Francis at Technical University of Mombasa. Actually, you echoed the same frustrations that we have recorded in our programs that show that the barriers are there. The barriers of even keeping or even starting that enterprise. The other one is the legal and the regulatory hurdles that work against startups and informal entrants. Licenses. If we can structure the way licenses are even paid for, like say, instead of asking an entrepreneur or a community member to pay 5,000 in advance, and it's split into smaller amounts so that they are able to move progressively, that will lower the barriers by a very big margin. They are also exclusive institutional policies. I'll give you an example of some of the entrepreneurs we have again tried to work with as community members. They have never maybe engaged banks even for loans, financial institutions. And you take them there, you'll find that in the Credit Reference Bureau for as little as 3,000 shillings. Yet this person has moved from a point where they are keeping records, they are using M-Pesa, they have business records, although they are manual, but they cannot be found to meet the standards of formal financial institutions. And because of that, that person has to go round and round, and they feel they become too strong, the system is too strong for them. And that's some of the things that we want to address. In terms of things like services like insurance, which is for part of financial inclusion. So others have a challenge of just being suppliers, because sometimes you need suppliers of certain things, even along the waste value chains. How? Some of them because of the business form, and the requirement is maybe for a company that is registered. Even for them to register as a company becomes a barrier. So institutions have policies that have already been made, and they can predispose the community members to remain disengaged, especially in terms of starting or running the enterprises. Next slide, please. Some of the strategies that will work, and we are mentioning this because they are not exhaustive, is the element of human-centered design. An approach where even projects, products, programs, even in the making of certain things, we have to involve the people so they become the first. And this is a process that starts with the people or the community and will end with the community. This happens because when you are developing products, when you are developing solutions, when you are setting laws, when you are putting up infrastructure, if we don't have the user in mind, if we don't involve them, then we usually will have them falling short and disengaged. And therefore, it is something that needs to be in the mind of any designer, and especially co-creating solutions with the community members. In a very recent case where we are working on insurance for the excluded, we have agreed with a partner that we are not going to allow ourselves to develop products. We are going to develop or co-create solutions, then they can call them products later. This means that they'll have them to be tested, and sometimes you do this, you prototype, you have iterations, you go back again until those solutions become acceptable and very useful for the users. The second one is interaction and commitment. This is something that we have to keep on doing, especially between what we call those we are calling the duty bearers and the right holders. Because communities have rights, governments have duty, and therefore, how often do they meet? How do they have conversations? It's very typical for us, even on certain days, to hear or to have conversations that are top-down. Even what we are calling public participation sometimes excludes a number of people. But sometimes it's good to design interactions, forums, and then at those forums, community members present their expectations. Then the duty bearers give commitments. Because again, if there is no commitment, then performance becomes a challenge. And performance is one component of community engagement. Who has the duty? What are they going to perform? By when? And then the communities get quite engaged. I've seen this, maybe we have learned also from Hand in Hand India. They have what they call the Grammar Samba, which is a typical democratic institution, which is recognized by the government, and you know, a 1.3 billion democracy. How that, the Grammar Samba works because they have what they agree as their priorities, and they go to the next level, and in fact, they utilize some of their public holidays to receive memorandum from the public. Meaning that the priorities are known, the scorecards are expected, and for us we have seen changes that flow because performance is almost is an engagement. And you can see the level of advocacy that communities have, and then the level of accountability that the duty bearers are also having. And this is where we are expecting that trust starts to flow, because trust is like the transaction, or it's the currency. Because communities trust whether they are policymakers, whether they are service providers. Then there is, in other countries we have seen producer responsibility. I think that has been talked of even in the part. And I'm glad that this is something that is going also in our country, and particularly where producers take responsibility. They have to think about the communities before even they start to sell products. And when they have sold products and communities are not able now to utilize those residual products, then they take them back. That is producer responsibility. Strategic application of organizational budgets. I know a number of organizations have things like what we call the CSR, or what we call sustainability budgets. They look at the effect they are having on the environment. They have budgets because they have already policies. But one thing that keeps on lacking is strategy. A strategy moving from this point to the other in terms of identifying what success looks like, what kind of interventions will be there. And therefore, as communities are engaged, they are not given gifts. It is not corporate philanthropy, but it is corporate citizenship and partnership. And we know for sure that that is something more sustainable because they own what is being given to them, especially if it comes to issues of environment. I would also want that organizations start to feel, because I know here we have organizations that must make profit, but also with what we call the triple bottom line, where we talk about people in addition to profit and the planet. And therefore, because it's not just obvious that the value you derive from the business is very clear, the triple bottom line helps you to define what you want to see in terms of profit, in terms of growth and value and development of people, and also in terms of planet. How are we helping the planet not to be degraded, and again to minimize things like pollution, and what kind of other interventions that are for our planet. For us as hand in hand, we also know that as we mobilize communities, as we go to help them build their capacities, because we do that in a systematic way. We do mobilization, working with community leaders, we work with religious organizations, we work with government, and we ask them to be involved even when we go out for barazas or public campaigns. Those are initiatives we carry out together. All stakeholders. And we ask the stakeholders to know and to tell us what we are doing and what they are doing. And that way we are able to avoid duplication and to anticipate the kind of success that is shared between all among ourselves. The other one that we do is now we administer now the skill training. Now the kind of skill training, especially now regarding waste, is aimed at changing attitudes and abilities, especially in sorting and disaggregation. In terms of awareness, we have information that goes out. I know there was a slide, I think, on that. I don't know whether you skipped it. If you go backwards a bit, please. This is the last slide. The backward, please. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Just move on. Okay, let me go to the last but one. So before even we reach this phase where we are exiting, we have already mobilized, we have already created awareness, we have already built skills or developed the skills of the members. And we can tell them, you can sort this, you can engage with so and so, you can even process this. The second, then we move on to a point where we link them. And that's where we have been talking about financial and other linkages. Then we also train them on how to assess the market. Who is going to be a market player? Where along the value chain node will they play? How do they add value to the plastic and the difference it makes? Because I've seen that if they are selling at 20 shillings, when they shred it, then the price goes up by almost 50%. So all those is the training that we take them through, and then the linkages that we give them to the market actors, and we position them to speak and to participate in along the value chain nodes. So towards the end now, let's go to the other slide, please. The last but one. Yes, that's the one. Back one more. Yeah, there. The formation and strengthening of CBOs becomes, for us, it's a way of exiting. Because these are umbrella organizations. The communities have started, because usually we work with self-help groups, youth groups, and this way now they come together, and then we expect them to have greater voice, and now very clear leadership, and that sustains them. Then we establish and also commission the model community enterprises. Just this month we launched in Nairobi, among some of the around the waste collection. It's quite capital intensive in terms of they cannot raise that money, but they contribute. If you tell them, even if they contribute like 20%, they are very proud because they own it. Then we commission such, we have them make business plans, and that is the way now we keep them focused. And therefore, the whole thing we aim at in terms of impact becomes the income. At the very end also, we don't want to leave them again without support, so we have also developed capacity both among them and identified the people who will remain with them. We have now included community resource persons whom we are training that they have capacity. We also keep on communicating our impact, and the aim here is so that these experiences can be even replicated. They say imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. As change makers also, we are not limited to just observing the success stories. Success stories suffer from what we call the survivorship bias. And survivorship bias is a concept that makes people to only see and maybe observe the successful cases. Yet, a lot of learning can come from those that did not succeed. And this is something that is modeled around historical World War II military research, where the aircraft who never returned were not observed. So they kept on observing and strengthening the areas that were hit in those that returned, forgetting that those who were hit had been hit in critical areas. Even for us, the people who drop up from our programs and the community members who do not survive are very important, so that we continue to iterate and even develop and learn, especially the what we call the best practices, the learning practices, and that keeps us improving. The other area which I would not want us to skip on is that we must again maintain an eye on impact, because failing to define the kind of impact we want to see in the community will make us miss. Because how do we monitor? How do we track? Like for us, we invest a lot in monitoring, evaluation, and we also involve the community even in validating the evaluations. This way, you are able to hold yourself accountable to the community even as you become a dispenser of change or a core implementer with them, because some of the changes that we even showcase are actually products of things we have done with them. For us, even we say they are the ones who generate the enterprises and the jobs that we showcase. And therefore, any social or other impact investor will come, and our scorecard is what they have done. So in this case, we need to keep an eye on what we call impact, and we paint the picture of success in terms of numbers, in terms of measures, indicators, and therefore we'll be able to continue saying that we have engaged the community, and them they'll also get the kind of impact we have created among them. I want to add there, I know there will be more sessions. If you go to our website and if we were to share some of the experiences we have had, I believe this will also shed more light on how we have been able to engage with communities for the last 10 years. And with that kind of engagement, the kind of outcomes that we realize, sometimes impact even within project lifetimes, others that we had never expected to start seeing it, and even we all add. One of the methods that we are now going into is to measuring impact through what we call the social return on investment, SROI. So for every dollar that is invested or every shilling, then what is it that we can measure in terms of social return on investment? There's a methodology that has been used, and once they used it on one of our projects, it was reported that for 1 shilling, we were able to generate a social return on investment of 32 shillings, meaning that's a lot of value in terms of even impact on the environment and the value of the people on whose that investment has been made. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Albert. Maybe we can give him another clap kindly. That the community engagement strategy, engaging the community where the problem is, helping them to come up with the solutions and working with them in that journey. Kindly take notes of your questions, concerns, contributions, reservations, engagements. We will be having a panel discussion where we are going to dive deep into that discussion. Without much ado, we are going to have a video session. This is before Alex. It will be a 1-minute video. Then we have Alex Kubasu from WWF who will take us through improving the plastic recycling value chain. So kindly, our team.
Kenya produces an estimated 500,000 tons of plastic a year. Only about 15% is recycled. The rest remains uncollected, burned illegally, or dumped. Meanwhile, global demand for high-quality recycled plastic is on the rise, and solutions to stopping plastic pollution are in high demand. Partners from Denmark and Kenya have joined forces to tackle the plastic pollution challenge in coastal Kenya and improve the livelihoods for people living in the region. It all begins with the plastic collectors, who are usually poorly organized and experience unregulated and poor working conditions. The mission is to create a value chain for plastic where collectors are trained in sorting plastic for the highest possible quality and are connected to the newest technology and corporate buyers. They will also receive help to organize in order to improve their income opportunities, skills, and working conditions. Expected results are 800 new and decent jobs across the plastic recycling value chain in Kenya, at least 5,000 tons of plastic per year collected and sold to recycling companies, which roughly equals the weight of 1,000 elephants. Sounds good, right? Learn more about the project and the partners behind by visiting our website.
Yeah, thank you for that video. It's a very informative video. Alex, hope you are good.
Presentation, so I will walk everyone through. I hope you can be able to hear me. I would quickly walk you through our project, which we are currently implementing in Mombasa, and hopefully to link to the other counties within. As part of the introduction that has already been made by my colleague Nancy Greiger in the morning, we are WPF. We are a global science-based organization, and we work with both companies and communities striving to meet the needs of people and nature. Additionally, we have the vision for a no plastic in nature, like Nancy indicated, and I will not belabor the point. We have a three-pronged strategy to promote a circular plastics economy, and that is targeting the businesses, looking at the city-level waste management in key pilot cities, as well as targeting the policy, which is the crux of the matter. With the proper legal framework, then we are able to do much. Currently implementing in Mombasa and coastal Kenya is actually modeled around our city's platform, where we are looking to address city-level waste management in key cities. And the project, we are calling it the Danida Market Development Partnership Waste to Value Project, and it is a 5-year project funded by the Danish International Development Agency through WWF Denmark, which is our sister office in Denmark. The project is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is coming to an end towards the end of this year, and the second phase will be from 2024. The vision is to transform plastic waste to value, because in the assessment, and we've heard even from Dr. Nato, the CEC for Environment and Energy in Mombasa, that about 40% of plastic that is collected, that this is recyclable plastic that is collected in Mombasa, only half of it is up with the recyclers. The rest of it is dumped or burned illegally, as we've had in the video, or just remains and continues to create these deleterious impacts onto the environment. So we were trying to answer the million-dollar question, where we are saying, while there is demand for this material, which is not inherently bad, that is plastic, it's one of the greatest inventions of the modern times. While there is demand for it, on the one side, by the recyclers, and the fact that it's also valuable and it's already creating employment as well as livelihoods for a number of people, why does it still linger in the environment for so long? So, answer this question with 2 objectives. One, look at the business side of things, and on the development objective, we would want to identify at least a number of people who should actually as well as another number within the social enterprises that are related to plastic. We would also want to create decent jobs, and decent jobs here we mean jobs that are actually as per the standards of the International Labour Organization in the thing business as well as in the processing, and overall would want to reduce the environmental impacts from plastic waste. On the business side of things, we are very clear that the value chain as it is right now, it is broken. That's why we have recyclers on one end demanding for products, and we have collectors and sorters on the other hand. If you walk in Mombasa, the couple of months that we've been implementing this project, you would meet quite a number of them saying they would not want to deal with PET bottles, for example. And the simple reason is they do not know where to sell that material. So the easiest solution for people who are looking for money, are looking for jobs, and they're able to do such piece of work is to simply introduce them to the market and link them. And without any further intervention, they would be able to find their way into creating a livelihood and improving their lives. So we would want to improve and make sure that the value chain, the collectors, the sorters, as well as the recyclers are linked tightly, and within, with the help of technology as well, try to link them so that it's a marketplace. The same way right now, if you want any type of shoe, you could go into your Google, type, and you would get pop-ups from Jumia, etc., saying they're selling this product. Would you be interested? So we would want plastic as well to be such a hot product that people should actually be fighting for it. And when the value, or when its value has improved and there is a higher demand for it from across the board, then it will not have any reason to be in the environment. The same way, we have a thriving metal industry or metal recycling industry. We can equally have a thriving plastic recycling industry, and that is our mission on the business side of things. And overall, we'll also want to improve the innovative plastic recycling expertise and technology within Mombasa. So our theory of change is very simple. We would want to prove that if we build a proper business case and we prove it, then generating profits and job, as well as decreasing the level of plastic waste in the natural environment, then the livelihoods and the environment can be improved. So more of trying to build a business case. We know there's a lot that is happening in the space, but there's still some weaknesses here and there. So we would want to fine-tune it so that the people who are working in the plastic recycling industry are recognizable people. They are people who are working decently, and they're equally earning a decent income. Then we've distributed the strategies on how to achieve this through enhancements and building the capacity of a select number of waste managers. And we are intentionally moving away from calling them plastic or waste collectors, because we feel their role is much more expanded to not just collecting, but they're adding value to it. So we would want to enhance their capacity, we would want to link them to market, we would also want them to know that they are doing an important social good. As much as it is a service that ought to be offered by the governments that be, there is always that additional social good that these people have been doing for the longest time without recognition. We would also want to establish what we are calling a sustainable and profitable model for plastic sorting, because as much as they would be collecting, the reality is there's a lot of other material that is not recyclable. And I like that Karim has been on the call and he's talking about the plastics pact, where we would be saying that we'd want to do away with all the unnecessary plastic packaging, because this is what will remain in the environment. Nobody would want to touch it, and it will continue to create the negative impact that is already created. So we would want to ensure that while we are working on doubling the recovery and the collection upstream, we are also having a good impact in terms of manufacturers only putting into market something that is recyclable. We would also want to improve the plastic processing skills of the recyclers, and one of the recyclers that we are working with is on the call, and she'll be speaking briefly. Mr. Green Africa, who the operations are quite advanced, but we also have Jill Industries in Mombasa. And this partnership would be improved by technology transfer from one of our key commercial partners, which is a Danish plastic recycling company that has focused on fishing nets and ropes, and they're doing a fantastic job in that area. Fourthly is what we are calling a sustainable and responsible value chain. We would want the same way we have traceable tea or coffee or whatever material, we would want to ensure that the plastic recycling, as much as is dogged with a lot of controversy, and also maybe people who are informally employed and so on and so forth. to incorporate what we call responsible business conduct, so that at multinational companies, we anticipate that there would be a rush for recycled plastic. So we would want to prepare our recyclers so that, or our collectors and recyclers and processors, so that when that time comes, we do not get to see limitations such as this plastic was not collected properly and so on and so forth. And finally, would want to communicate and document the business model so that not just in Mombasa, but across the country in other towns and cities that are facing this problem of plastic pollution. In summary, we would want to see increased decent jobs within the plastic recycling value chain, an increased volume of plastic collected because its impacts on the environment, they are better off out of the environment than in there, and to also create and showcase viable business cases for plastic recycling. And while at it, we are partnering with Plastics AS, which is the Danish recycling company that are specialized in fishing nets and ropes. We also have Chill Industries based in Bamburi, who is based in Nairobi, but opening up shop in Mombasa, as well as Petco Kenya, the voluntary producer responsibility for the PET manufacturers, as well as the county government of both Mombasa and Kwale. So thank you very much, and I would want to end it at that. You, Gishuki, and to allow Mr. Green, who was an initial presentation earlier, to make a brief remarks before we can proceed. Asanteni sana.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. We can clap for him. Yeah, for that nice presentation. We see the keynote there is creating high value of plastic, so that we see an increased demand of the plastic by the recyclers and again by waste managers in matters of recovery. At this juncture, we are going to plug in Mr. Green, who was to present earlier. Kindly, Alex, let us have Mr. Green.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. We've had a very informative session today. I must say thank you to the organizers and the presenters. My name is Emily Mutua. I'm the head of strategic sourcing for Mr. Green Africa. Mr. Green is not a person, it's a business name. So we're called Mr. Green Africa. And what we do is we recycle plastic from the waste, and we bring it into the factory, and we create pellets, which then go back into the market for manufacturers to create the non-food item plastic that goes back into the market. So the containers, packaging material. If you've seen the Sunlight scarring powder bottle, that is made with plastic that we've crushed into pellets for Unilever to actually use their manufacturer who's Blowplast to produce that. So the talking points today for us are around sustainability for the business. And basically what our business model is measured around is sustainability, both for the industry and for the people who work in the industry. Very key to our process is the waste picker, because what we are trying to do is, when we say traceability for us, we want to play on what is called fair trade. Make sure everybody in the value chain, from the consumer to the waste picker, whether it's a truck or a person with a sack on the road, back into the circular economy in form of plastic to get another bottle, is traceable. So we are working very hard with the waste pickers to make sure we remove the broker. So when you come into this industry, you usually find there's a broker who's going to buy the plastic from the waste picker at 9 shillings and come and sell it to us maybe for 18 shillings, which means the waste picker is not getting value for his money, and he can't make a sustainable income from it. So that is one thing we try building around, a sustainable business model. So every month or every quarter, I'm asked, can we trace our plastic? Where did it come from? Did it come straight from the dump site, or did it go through a middleman? So the middlemen, actually, they have their role to play, but their prices,
Yeah. So we work with prices that then give the waste picker an option to come to us or the middleman. And half the time they come to us, we have a database of maybe probably 1,800 waste pickers. We know they are active, inactive, and all these things happens because of their movement. And then the other thing is we are looking at operating under global best practices. Right now we are certified globally. That's why Unilever is able then to take our plastic through their manufacturer. So what we call out to the industry is to say, if you're going to compete, if you're going to play, if you're going to impact, then we have to use our global best practices. Where is our waste going from? Because even as we process the plastic, we also create waste. So what do we do with that waste? How do we dispose of it? And things like that. Yeah. Accountability, again, is a big one. We need to look at how we are impacting livelihoods. So these waste pickers, do we know who they are, where they come from? I know WWF has created an app where they're actually collecting information. For us, when we is because even the way we are a cashless business, we pay suppliers on MS, and we are using technology as much as possible. So that also gives an equality of sorts, because the money also changing hands goes directly to the person who's actually doing the job. For them to have a responsibility around collecting waste. So Unilever has put out material out there, Coca-Cola has put material out there, Cadbury's has put material out there. Add value for the consumer. Allow us to collect this plastic, adding value. For the consumer, the question is generating a lot of plastic. When you go to slum areas and things like that, you don't find a lot of plastic, because that is the category economy. If I want oil, it's given to me in a small paper bag. If I get a kibuyu for Elianto, what do? I use it for oil or for water for the longest time for recycling. Upper class, we are the consumers who go into supermarkets and buy all these things in plastic. So what incentive then can the manufacturers give the consumer to actually dispose of their waste properly? This calls for a mind shift. This calls for behavior change, which was what will to me to really want to have a waste management, because you're telling me to throw all your waste into one waste basket, separate it. So we're looking at ways of working with manufacturers to get the solid and recycle organic bag, and the recyclable goes into another. It gets to the dump site. It's easy even for the waste picker to get in and work on it. So looking at sustainability, manufacturer, it comes in. Waste pick reclaimers. We don't call them waste pickers because they are reclaiming waste as well. So going out, are we supposed to be fighting them, or are we supposed to be working with them? Because again, government doesn't have labor force to hire 3,000 people to go into waste. Here, waste picker, it's the youth, it's women, it's people in the industry, it's a family business. We've seen some of them are found people who pass it from generation to generation. So why don't we create a conducive environment at dump sites? How do we sites to allow these waste pickers to come in and work, make a livelihood, and everything, and go home and say, I really make my money from waste and I'm proud of it. So if we're able to influence policy, even to say for waste management companies, private, influence and going to waste, unless demonstrate to us that you can organic and non-organic waste. So that when it gets to the dump site, even the people who process and stuff like that, they find it just to pick the, which means you have to say have recycler and organic side. The organic side is very easy for somebody to pick material and post or whatever it is. The recyclables, able to collect glass and paper and plastic, and remains can then go into combustibles, which again charge energy for industries. that is what we're looking at now, partnering with government and saying, how do we structure this? Because we are the recyclers. We want that waste. We want to help the government. We want to help the person on the ground. How do we make sure then that everybody from the home, the consumer, to the person picking the waste, the person sorting the waste, and the person recycling the waste is actually accountable, responsible, and happy to deal with that waste in whatever state it is in the dump site. So for Mr. Green Africa, our biggest pride is in saying we are socially and ethically we're a socially and ethically run business because number one, we care for our customers, we're the waste pickers. Number two, we're actually working under global standards. That's why we are certified. And then number three, we're also trying to work with governments and industry to see where we can form collaborations. Yeah? If the government is behind us, behind the people, and behind the industry, then this is going to be an awesome industry to work with. And I think Mombasa County, since you are now on the drawing, you're
we seem to have lost Emily.
Recording in progress.
Into the recycling. That is the biggest thing. And I think we can only have a model that has all the stakeholders sitting at the table and actually creating a plan that is consumer-centric, that is human-centered designed, and it's a win-win for everybody. So the challenge I'll leave Mombasa County is, do you want us on board to work with you? Because we're on the ground. And we know in Kenya, we say, kwa ground vitu ni different, and it's very different. So as Mr. Green Africa, we are ready. We are coming to Mombasa. We've been working with WWF on the project. It's exciting, it's plus, and we are ready to face the challenge and make it work for you. So thank you very much.
Let's clap for her. Thank you, Emily, for that presentation, knowledge sharing. Kindly keep be plugged in. We'll be having a panel discussion, and we'll be engaging and inquiring further. And
thank you.
This juncture, we are going to proceed with our next presenter. Yes. From the hospitality industry, that is Kenya Association of Hoteliers and Caterers. We are looking forward to in a discussion on plastic-free hospitality. Dr. Sam Ikwaya, kindly welcome.
Good afternoon. Now discussing waste at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, after lunch, shortly just before another tea. What is there on the program at 6? So you better be attentive because I'm standing in between you and the cocktail. My name is Sam Ikwaya. Inafanya kweli? Oh, let be moved. Is it moving? Okay.
Zan, kindly help us with navigating the.
So it is important Now that I have requested for your attention, I would like you to check on the screen and tell me where you think you are at this particular hour. That is better. No, go back. Everybody has not selected their category. I have been seated at the back and noticed we had a prisoner in here. We had somebody on vacation. I was having a graduate and I was having a student, so I don't know how you're feeling. But whatever the position you're feeling, you tell me after the presentation so that we celebrate you at whatever level you are at. Please, let me start by giving a brief outlook and overview about the association I work for, the Kenya Association of Hotel Keepers and Caterers. Next slide, please. I will move pretty fast in these slides before we talk about what we do in terms of waste. We are Company Limited Guarantee. We are the association that represents the umbrella organization that actually represents hospitality service providers. We have a membership of over 220 hotels, restaurants, specialty caterers, casinos, private clubs, pubs, and entertainment spots. Our services advocacy, we do industrial relations, we do information exchange, we do marketing, we do trainings. We also offer common bond and a single voice for members. As an association, next. This is our structure. We are in 5 regions. Coast happens to be one of the regions. The next slide, we're talking about how we do the work. It's very important we understand how the association works to help us to understand how we are structured and designed to manage waste. This is how the Association of Hotel Keepers is structured. We have regional committees, and these are some of the committees that do the work within the association. So a lot of work is done through the committees that then guide the day-to-day activities of the association. We have a very lean secretariat. Next. So these are some of the advocacy issues that we have dealt with recently. We have our annual symposium. We've done a lot of issues on matters of product training and development. We've done a lot of issues on marketing. We're doing so much work on domestic tourism strategy, tourism recovery and sustainability initiatives, especially following the pandemic now. We're doing so much with the ESC and Northern Corridor. We're doing so much on hotel closures, classification of hotels. And recently we've been working on COVID-related issues, protocols, and hospitality sector, and issues of vaccinations for the industry. Let's move on. This is just other advocacy issues that we have been working on lately as an industry. And you can see here, we have achieved so much in terms of trying to pull together industry-related issues. After training was on matters of standard and hygiene. So we've been able to achieve a particular level of standardization in matters of hygiene for the industry. We have worked very closely with NEMA at some point when we had the legislation on waste management, legal notice number 120 and 121, which we felt were very punitive then. But the association was able to work together with these agencies to be able to have amendments in that particular legislation. These are more of the recent engagements, but I'm interested in the last 2 or 3. Lately, probably last year and 2 years ago, we've been working on advocacy issues to do with sand harvesting and Kwale. That is sand harvesting and dumping of veg materials in Kwale and Mombasa. We are also working on this campaign, so it has actually been identified and recorded as one of the campaign programs and advocacy programs that the association is now following towards hospitality-free, plastic-free hospitality sector. And just yesterday, we're having a meeting with the county government of Mombasa, and we are now happy that finally the county government of Mombasa has agreed to adopt a private bill that is going to legislate beach management in the county of Mombasa. If you walk around this hotel, you'll see some of these photos and some of these images. We're talking about turtles, we're talking about environment, we're talking about community inclusion. Next slide. These photos have actually been taken and done in this particular facility. that try to showcase this image of this tree is right outside here. And this is just one program. We've taken an example of what one hotel is doing. But then this kind of campaign is actually running across all the member hotels of the association to see and to try and put together policy and programs that can actually help us to manage the issues of plastics within our hotels. We have this technology working with the communities. This was actually in Kwale, where we worked with the local NGOs to try and separate. It has been such a challenge. Probably in the last 2 slides, we're talking about some of the challenges that we face in trying to implement some of these policies, because we say we must be able to do what? Separation of the waste. But then it is very difficult at times because of the quality of the staff, the level of training, the level of acceptance that this has to be done. And a lot of time we find it cumbersome for us to be able to implement some of these policies. But this picture speaks of what we actually do. These staff participating in beach cleanups, environmental cleanups. In Mombasa, we have a schedule that we do this every, I think, 3rd Friday of the month, where hotel staff will actually get out of the hotels, go to the beach, and actually clean the different areas. We're hoping we can actually institutionalize this, and we actually keen to try and collect as much plastic as possible, and we're working together with other partners to channel this plastic. We've talked about the agencies that are actually implementing recycling programs that can actually put this plastic into good use. Next. So, having looked at the pictorials and understood how the association works, these are some of the facts that probably you'd like to share, and you've seen them in the slide that has actually been shared by Alex. We're talking about 1 million plastic beverage bottles that are sold every minute worldwide. 300 million tons of plastic every year, that is 50%, are actually single-use plastic. 91% of the plastic waste is not recyclable, and this is a scenario that we're actually seeing in our facilities. More than 8 million tons of plastic is dumped into the ocean every year. We're talking about 73% of beach litter being plastic, and we're talking about over 90% having plastic in their stomach. 1 in 3 marine mammals have actually been entangled or ingested some sort of litter that is plastic, and you can actually relate this presentation and these figures to what Dr. shared with us in the morning. So how big is the problem? We have these waves of plastics that are seen to blanket the ocean. They've actually, can you share the slides, share the screen so that it can be read properly? Yes. The waves of plastic seen blanketing the ocean have brought global attention to the amounts of marine pollution the world is dealing with. It has also raised a sense of a sense of accountability in all of us to actually do our parts to be able to become conscious about our environment and the kind of waste that we're actually putting out there. And now some phenomena that we are beginning to experience lately is that we are seeing more and more tourists and our clients demanding to now seek and only go to hotels that are demonstrating some sort of responsibility regarding the planet and regarding the environment. That is something that is actually giving pressure to many investors who probably thought that it was burdensome to try and comply with some of these provisions. 57% of the consumers now want to book an environmentally responsible holiday if they are available. And you've seen some situations, probably if you look at Samburu and the lodges, we have seen clients asking some specific information about the state of the facility as regards environmental protection and conservation. So the big 5 single-use plastics that we find in hotels and restaurants, number 1 is the plastic bottles. Today, at least, you will not see a plastic bottle in front of you, but this until very recently. Many hotels are still actually having plastic. We might not find it probably in the conference room. I have not checked my room. But the big percentage of what we're having in form of plastics is actually the plastic bottles, the water bottles that we have in the hotels. Plastic straws, we use them for the yogurts and the soft drinks. We have plastic foam and takeaway items. And we used a lot of these during COVID because we only allowed to prepare takeaway food. So how are we carrying the food to you? Was it coming in a sufuria? No, it was coming in some sort of container. And a big chunk of it again was plastic. We have these miniature toilets and sachets. When you go to your room, you'll find that these are actually packaged, some of them still package them in plastics. Plastic bags in laundry waste. Others include plastic drink stairs, tiki, and even cotton swabs. All these are plastic in nature. And you find them they were found in a lot of hotel facilities, and still some do this. You can see in this last picture here what cotton swab has actually done to this marine creature here. Next. So the plastic-free revolution has actually taken great leaps forward in the hospitality industry. Reducing plastic pollution has actually become one of the objectives of most of our member hotels. Particularly, they have actually included these in sustainability policies. It is also a commitment to a plastic-free hospitality experience. We want to try and offer this to our visitors. And we're actually taking advantage of the legislation. You know what was gazetted recently as regards plastic in the protected areas. And a lot of hotels are actually linked with the marine in one way or another. This action is very much in line with the long-standing belief in the importance of protecting the environment and our wildlife in Kenyan coast. And so to achieve this, we endorsed a systematic sustainability strategy as an association, and we're actually working towards this. And that's why many hotels in Mombasa, some in Diani have actually been able to come up together, approach a particular supplier of, say, water, a particular supplier who is doing bottling of water, who is doing production and sell of takeaway equipment and material for takeaway food, so that we're able to get a good deal using our numbers to be able to influence some of these procurement issues. Next slide, please. So on the road to zero plastic hospitality, hospitality enterprises have been working to establish a sustainability policy, the green strategies, which include ambitious targets to reduce energy consumption, emission, water usage, and waste. So practices that can be initiated include measures to practice waste regeneration at source. This segregation is actually happening, and you've seen now if you visit many of food production areas, we actually have the segregation. So you will find plastics being put together, other solid waste being put differently. So it becomes very easy to actually dispose them and manage waste in that way. We have removed straws from all food and beverage outlets. So you visit this hotel, you will not be served with a straw. Previously, they were there and they added to the experience, but now that is not there anymore. They made a move from plastic water bottles to glass and fillable bottles like what you're having in front of you today. And you go to staff areas and you go to other public areas, you'll find a dispenser, and then you can actually fill your water with a jug and actually refill. And you're actually seeing a lot of this now in a lot of conference spaces and conference rooms. We have, go back. This guy is rushing me. I will still dictate when we get the cocktail, so don't worry. We have also switched all single-use plastic bathroom amenities to products made from non-plastic alternatives. So you will get some bamboo, you will get some stainless holders in the toiletry, and towel, linen. We have this towel talk. We call them the towel talk, communication with the guest on how to reuse linen in the guest rooms. We have recyclable paper in offices, biodegradable bins and bags are actually being used in this hotel. And these are some of the measures that have actually been applied to try and realize or reach zero plastic hospitality. Next. So how is this being implemented? A successful sustainability strategy cannot be implemented well without the support of most of the important stakeholders. So what hotels have done is that they have aimed at reducing this single-use plastic as a means of engaging staff. So staff actually involved through education, through sensitization, to understand that that segregation has to actually happen where it's supposed to happen and done properly. Information and training has actually been done on issues around the use of plastic and how the business can actually cut down on the single-use plastics. guests may expect to be taking reduction measures and have actually continued installation of single-use plastic could reflect negatively on your hotel. What this means is that initially people thought it was going to be cumbersome and it's going to be not so cool to give guests service, probably giving them service with a paper straw. But interestingly, guests have actually come to appreciate and actually have been able to support some of these initiatives. So the strategy is to act, is to conserve, and to engage. Put in place a policy, execute the policy, and engage the people who are actually supposed to support the implementation of that policy. Next, please. So a plastic-free policy was adopted by the association to support member hotels in reducing or eliminating the single-use plastic from the operations without compromising the health and safety of our guest experience. Some engaged sustainability champions. I know some hotels that actually deployed and employed people who just, their work was actually to ensure that hotels identify where, how the plastic was being used in their businesses, and actually how much it was costing, so that to help make those proper decisions on how to actually prioritize the change that we expected to reach. So together with staff and customers, hotels have actually been inspired to implement realistic but very effective changes that ultimately have actually been very positive on the impact that the hospitality industry is actually having on the environment, but most important, also the bottom line. We have experienced some challenges in trying to realize this direction. And one of the challenges is that there have been hundreds of lines of single-use plastic that we work in a hotel and not even know where they come from. For example, in as much as you try to clear everything, you realize the supplies, sewing kit that come in the hotel, they come wrapped in plastic. Glasses in the bathrooms, they are wrapped in plastic. Tea bags have plastics in them. Plastic cutlery wrapped in more plastic. There's a presenter who has talked about wrapping and packaging being our biggest challenge because suppliers deliver this waste to us, and there's no returnable policy or how to actually, a mechanism of actually ensuring that the plastic that doesn't work, plastic straws wrapped in more plastic. These are some of the challenges that we have many lines that bring plastic to us. Lack of knowledge on sustainable alternatives was also another challenge that a lot of investors faced. Uncertainty on the alternatives that would actually be termed as green. There was also financial implications to invest in alternative technologies. Some required investing so that you're actually able to manage that. They also believe that it was going to cause complaints as guests have certain expectations, and when you give them expectation and will be disappointed if things were taken away from them. And finally, we thought there was no very good infrastructure to manage waste locally. So when it's collected, what channels are there to be able to take this waste to proper disposal, to proper recyclable programs? And that's why we're very happy about the initiatives that WWF is now passing, that we're actually able then to work with other agencies and be able to make money out of this waste. Next. So this is the last slide. Just talks about the evolution of how this is actually being done. In step one, you undertake a feasibility, a self-assessment, actually looking at all the lines that are plastic. We talked about them, the straws, the suppliers who come wrapped with everything. Then the second level is you write down your ambitious set of targets. Then at the third level, you involve your teams and the stakeholders on what you want to do, and these are actually both internal and external stakeholders. And then you put the measures in place, and then you evaluate the outcome. And having done this, we have actually seen a significant improvement as an association among our members, that we've actually been able to reduce this plastic, and the little that is actually left, we're happy to work with the partners that we're actually having now to see how we can actually transform it, make money out of it, and make use out of it. I think that was the last slide. Asante. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for Daktari once again. a very nice presentation on a plastic-free service industry in the hospitality. At this juncture, we are going to break for our 4 o'clock tea. And if you have taken note on the program, we are quite a bit behind on the timing, but we are looking forward to recover the same through the panel discussion. So I still request of you to take note and note down your questions and concerns so that during the panel engagement, we can be able to engage and go through all these questions and experiences. Without much ado, I'm going to request someone to pray for the 4 o'clock tea. And as we get someone to pray for the tea, I want to emphasize that we stick to the presenters. We stick to the timelines, the 15 minutes, so that we don't escalate beyond the 15 minutes, eating up on the next presenter's time. And with that, we'll be able to be within the program. So kindly let's have someone to say a word of prayer. Collins Omondi, will you like to say?
Thank you. Let us pray for tea. Thank you, Father, for thy guidance from the time we started up to this moment. We thank you once again, Jehovah God, as we want to break for our o'clock tea. I pray that you bless it in Jesus' mighty name.
How long do we take for the tea break? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Hiyo ni ile ya kisoja, ya kijeshi. Kindly, let's take 5 minutes, very fast. Then we get back, we continue with the program. Kindly, 5 minutes. Yeah? Okay. Dr. Innocent is saying 10 minutes. We want to catch up with the cocktail session, to interact more, to engage further knowing and networking. Thank you. 10 minutes.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, colleagues. I want us to begin. See if you get some time. If you don't, they send questions by email or something. Then they're answered. Colleagues, I'm going to be the chair for this theme. I'll be standing in for Waziri, Dr. Nato, who had some urgent engagement. I'm Okuku Eric, I work for Kemfrey. And as we wait for a few members to come in, I've been notified that some participants who came in after introduction. If you're one of them, just let me know where you are by raising up your hand. Because of time, just say your name and the institution where you work. Only those two.
Good evening. Samuel Opokoit, Nema.
Karibu Samuel. The last opportunity for you to be known.
My name is Amar Said Juman, County Government of Mombasa, Department of Environment, Acting Director, Solid Waste Management.
Karibu sana. There's one lady who came in later on, but maybe she can introduce herself later on. We were supposed to be having around 5 presentations, but the one for plastics to energy will be presented tomorrow. The presenter has requested for that. So the first person who will go online, and actually I think he will be connecting virtually, is Peter Manyara of IUCN. He will be presenting on data and metrics towards circular economy in Kenya. He will be followed by Dr. Innocent, who will be presenting on smart logistics web-based dashboard. The third presenter will be Eva Kimani of Boost Project, who will be presenting on innovations in the waste management sector. Then the last presentation today will be on sustainable networks in plastic value chain. That will be presented by Richard Kainika. So, because of time, I'll request the presenters to try and squeeze their presentations in 10 minutes, so that at least we spare some time for questions at the end of this session. Secretary, as if you are set, can we bring in Manyara of ICN?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Manyara, we can hear you. And welcome to the presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okuku, and the whole team which has organized the event. So I'm presenting today some important numbers that could be relevant in the context of Kenya, and especially Mombasa and other coastal cities in terms of our desire and commitment to move towards a circular economy. So I present IUCN, a program called Marine Plastics and Coastal Communities that is funded by the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency. So as part of this program, can you see the next slide? So we undertake our activities in 4 countries within the Eastern and Southern African region. That's Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, and South Africa. And we work on 4 pillars where we do assessments and analysis to generate the necessary knowledge that stakeholders need to be more effective in engaging within the plastic sector. We work around strengthening capacities, either through tools, methodologies, or around understanding the strengthening of policies. Then we also work with governments closely around policy reform, and we also support like on-ground actions. And in the case of Kenya, we've worked with the Watamu Marine Association to basically help them expand and scale their activities. So today, around the topic of data, I'll just focus on one of the components, which is the knowledge component. And we've applied a really advanced and new methodology called the plastics hotspotting methodology that was put together by IUCN in collaboration and partnership with UNEP through its life cycle initiative. And the methodology was, on the technical front, developed by Quantis and EA, which are quite significant actors globally when it comes to development of sustainability metrics and tools, and also tools around plastics measurement. Yeah, so the Kenya report is available. The final report can be downloaded from the link provided, and I believe participants will have access to this presentation, and they'll be able to download the report. So what is most important, I think, when we talk about circular economy in the context of Kenya is really to understand the key flows, so the material flows within the country. So the graphic you see on your screens, we see that Kenya imports a lot of its plastic, either as products or as primary, at least 98% of that from elsewhere. And hence, it doesn't have like a really huge capacity in terms of developing like the
hotels, suppliers who bring stuff that has so much plastic are required probably to take back. There's a return policy where they're able to actually get the plastic away. But as regards single-use plastic in conference facilities, a lot of hotels have actually eliminated bottles, so plastic bottles. So we are now using glass bottles. I've also mentioned and it has actually been very cost-effective because over time we have seen that the use of dispensers in conference facilities and conference rooms has actually been a cheaper option. And therefore, the initial or early guys who started early have actually been able to share the experiences. And we've seen this catching up. It's a common trend today to go to hotels and find bottles, glass bottles instead of plastic bottles in conference facilities. And that is ongoing. Sijui kama nimejibu swali vizuri.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. The next question, very short. A short question requiring a very short response. Only if it is burning. If it's not burning you, you can keep it until tomorrow. Okay, if there's no burning one, any medium burning one. No medium burning one. Oh, Esther yako ni Stella yako ni burning ama medium?
It's just a short question to Lafarge. I'm interested on the points that have come up to drop the plastics. You indicated like 4 points in your presentation. Is there a way you can link this with the recycling facilities in such a way that you are going to have circular kind of economy? This point can become the source of the raw materials for other industries. So I don't know whether you have integrated that into a recycling plan or what you are planning to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ours is slightly different, but one of the alternatives that we are offering is more or less like what would be disposal. So within the factory, the cement factory, we have a technology that can consume most of the paper wastes, plastic wastes, tires, and other material that are basically a nuisance to the ecosystem or nuisance within our environment. And tomorrow we're going to have one of our energy engineers, my colleague, is a need area, and then we may need an agency that can deal with that. There is enforcement, because you see those people, if you sensitize and they refuse to do what they need to do, what do you do with them? So we need also that agency that deals with enforcement. There are issues of licensing and what have you, because there are still structures that are being constructed which are constraining the flow, the drainage system all the way. So again, we need the agency that deals with that. And then of course we have resources where companies like Bamburi and the county government can come in, and other volunteers can come in. They can say we will do the carrying of the litter or whatever, will help to unblock the drainages, we will contribute the culverts and all these things. So to be honest, is an approach that needs a multi-agency kind of design. And then from there, of course, we just need to uphold the standards and see how it works. But the beautiful thing is that this dialogue is already on under this platform, the Mijibora initiative. And therefore, I think it just calls for all of us to be on a standby mode. Anytime you can be called in to participate in whichever way you are in. But we are happy to be part and parcel of that process. Thank you, Susan.
Maybe just to add on that before Dr. Gu comes in, I think we are discussing with the hand in hand, and I think they have a plan to, is it train or sensitize? I don't know which term to use, Gerald, in excess of 3,000 players at that level of collections. I think that would be very, very, very powerful. And WWF have also been on the program of training the waste collectors so that they can move from the point of collection to do it at a relatively higher level where they can retrieve the materials. So efforts are on. I think Albert has says we are in discussion about Mtopanga, so I think the interventions will be on the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think the system is back. Unfortunately, we've lost Peter Manyara. So we'll continue the next presentation. Secretariat try getting hold of him again. But we'll move to the second presentation that is on smart logistics. Innocent. Yeah, we've lost 1 hour cocktail. So jaribu in 7 minutes. Jaribu kama na present to policy people. Start from key things ukirudi kwa non-important ones. Secretariat, kindly load it.
Thank you, Chair. I was trying to get Manyala to come back and do his part, but we'll probably get him later on. My name is Innocent Wanyonyi, and I'm presenting with Titus Jefwa. He's here. We have a talk on the smart logistics web-based dashboard for solid waste management in Mombasa. Now, this is a product of the project Mijibora, which is also a partnership with the county government, but also 7 other institutions, including Kemfrey. We have University of Wits in South Africa, KwaZulu-Natal, and we have Equithini Municipality in Durban. The project is mainly, it takes a divergent trajectory from the regular research projects, because when it was conceptualized, it was designed as an action-oriented research, so that as we go along, we could change a few things here and there, to respond to the outcomes that we are getting post of implementation. So far we have implemented for 1.5 years. We consider 2020 mostly lost due to COVID because it prevented us from doing a major activity of the project. So if we can start the presentation. I will present a little background on the project, and I'll also present something on the framework about solid waste management, and again dig into one of the components of the project, situational assessment of solid waste management, and go to one of the products of the project, which is solid waste situational assessment and mapping of waste management infrastructure. And then finally finish with one of the products of the project, which is the prototyping of waste management app and web-based application. So we can go to the first slide. The project Mijibora, in the course of implementation, we actually managed to get the county government in the course of working on a few of their projects, regular work activities, and one of them was the solid waste management. We started in 2019 and we found them working on the solid waste management policy. So we had quite a number of interactions, including participating in the stakeholder engagement for that policy. And later on, they developed some draft bills, which are still going through the process. As well, from the presentation on COVID, you could see that there are quite a number of drivers of change in the city environment that are related to climate change. So the project delivered a climate change policy, and then the county government is in the process of taking this policy through its internal processes, so hopefully they will be able to adapt it as the official policy for Mombasa. We were also able to do 2 prototypes in the course of the project and completed them. One of them is the web-based app and mobile application for solid waste management, and the other one is the Mombasa Smart City, Smart Sustainable City Forum. Next. So it will be unfair to go to those 2 results without giving you a little bit understanding of the major pillars of the project. So the Mijibora project has 5 major components. Number 1, we thought as a regular research project, it is good to understand what are the drivers of change in the city of Mombasa. So we came with the position of no knowledge, but as we were going along, we were able to dissect the policy documents in our areas of interest and interrogate them. We were also able to develop a paper on how the water and sanitation situation is in the city of Mombasa. And we were at some point stopped by COVID. So instead of staying home, we carried out a rapid COVID study. And these first 3 documents were actually published as research papers in the regular research outputs of a project. Then, with the results that we had, we came back to engage the stakeholders in the city of Mombasa and discussed with them what we found out and what they felt about the situation. And finally, we did a solid waste management intervention. In terms of peer-to-peer, as I said, we are learning a lot from Durban. Waziri gave this in the morning, so I don't want to repeat that. And then we are also using a lot of geospatial technologies to get more understanding of where we do not have data. One of the areas is that we felt we do not know the boundaries between the built and the natural environment. So we are doing the urban heat island. And we do not know how much impact we have in terms of greenhouse gas emission. So we are actually measuring the carbon footprint for our activities, be it industrial or other activities. We're also looking at the setup of this slum settlement in the city, because when you go to any urban environment, you'll find that it is influenced a lot by the settlement patterns. We are also doing future thinking. So the underlying theme of the project is that we envision a Mombasa which is both smart and sustainable in future. So we try to create scenarios and see whether from 2019, when we started the project, to 2050, when quite a number of project participants will still be alive, what kind of future will we be having? And finally, getting opportunity together with the project partners to implement some of the things that we think are doable. And the 4 things we think are doable are the Mtopanga River Transformative Management. This is an integrated project because there were individual players working on Mtopanga River. We did manage to bring all of them together, and we are very happy that right now, if you go along the Mtopanga River, each of those individual actors know what the other one is doing. We also managed to look at the setup of Smart City Forum from the stakeholder engagement, and I will discuss this a little bit later. And finally, we were able to look at the Mombasa Solid Waste Management platform and web app. So these two are the center of the discussions that we are having here today. So let us look at the first one. Next. So during the stakeholder engagement, the invited participants were able to identify several drivers that influence the city of Mombasa. And they were listed as population, water and sewerage, sea level rise, urban flooding, and greenhouse gas and transport, and waste as the main drivers. So these are things that cause difficulty in terms of a living environment. They're making the city not to be sustainable. And then we asked them, in your opinion, what could be the problem? Some of the participants were here, and this diagram was actually drawn by hand by the participants. And they said the biggest problem that makes them not to be able to address those problems is that the capacities are there, the will is there, the planning is there, but every individual department is doing its own thing in its own way. You could get an issue that involves transport, for example, the road. Should also involve the Department of Water and Drainage, because roads should have drainage, but this is done partially. So that silo mentality is the biggest problem that is causing these problems to go on and on. The other problem they identified is a lot of issues with the sea level rise, and a lot of issues with pollution, and a lot of issues with complete lack of confidence in each other. People do not share. So they went ahead and said the kind of scenario they would want to see in future, and what they described is that they want something like a web where everything is interconnected and interacting, so that by 2050, all these policies and sharing and processes are all working like a joint machine, which will result in a green city instead of a brown city. So let's go to the next slide. For the part of solid waste management, this has been described by the other presenters already. The issue is that we are generating a lot of municipal waste from hotels, hospitals, institutions, schools, colleges, residential areas, from low income, middle income to high income areas. Now this is being collected by different people, either groups or companies, and going straight to the county government. So the responsibility is high on the county government. People are just taking the waste to the transfer stations, and then the county government takes all this waste, and we were told the figures by so many presenters here, 900 tons, metric tons in a day, all of it ending up in the 2 dump sites. Now these presentations we had here gave us the implications of having a lot of waste hanging around in our environment. So we want to change the narrative from this linear kind of an economy to a circular economy. And that's why we have come back with the solution. One of the solutions that we are proposing is the solid waste web-based platform.
Daktari, I thought you, Dakambili.
Yeah, thank you, Innocent. During our situation assessment on solid waste management in Mombasa, we wanted to understand the infrastructure that is currently in Mombasa. So we went through Mombasa, looking into where exactly waste is being dumped. So we found out that there are some sites which the county is servicing, and there are some sites which are illegal, which they have not been serviced for a while. So they have been decommissioned, let me say that. So next slide. So the map on the far right is the sites which are legal, transfer stations that the county is servicing. And the map on the left, those are sites which are decommissioned, and some are not currently being used. Next slide. So during the situation assessment, we pointed out some challenges. These challenges also have been discussed by the previous presenters. We identified poor road network, increase in population where that has risen, the unplanned, uncontrolled waste dumping. Distance to disposal site, license and registration is also an issue. And lastly, data and information. There is lack of data. So as a project, we thought if we could address some of these challenges. So we thought of coming up with a data management system. And this data management system is going to aid into giving data, real-time data, for someone to make a decision. So you'll be able to sit in your office and be able to know how much waste is generated. Next.
Try summarizing.
Yes, so the dashboard and the system will assist in monitoring waste flow and efficiency of collection. Also inform recyclers at real time, and also provide data on the different characterization of waste. Next slide. So we had several meetings with the department, and we came up with an architecture of how this system is going to work. So from consultation with the department, they suggested that this application is going to be managed by the clerks on the ground. So the application is a mobile application that can be installed in your mobile, and you can collect this data, and while in the field, because there is a challenge of internet, you can collect as many data as you want, and then once you get to the office and there is internet connectivity, you can transmit that data to the database, that is a server, and then from the database, there's a system that summarizes this data into graphs and percentages so that you can be able to know how much waste was generated. Next. So these are some of the forms. We have like 4 forms currently. The first form is the collection site form. There's a collector's form, there's a dump site form, and there's another one called recoverable forms. This is just to show you to appreciate and see what we have been trying to do. Next slide.
Mapita sana, mapita sana. Almost double the time.
I will not go into this. There are printed copies with immaculate there. If anyone who has an interest to download the app, they can download the app and be able to see how it's functioning. Let's go to the browser. I want to demonstrate the dashboard, how it looks. Don't worry, I'm finishing. Yeah, so this is the layout of the dashboard. Currently, it has test data. It's not the actual data that has been generated. We have not yet handed it over to the county department. So this data shows the amount of waste. On the left pie chart, it shows you the total amount of waste collected in a certain time frame. You can also filter at a specific time frame. Also, it shows you a total waste retrieved in a certain area. You can filter down to a specific time frame. Then you can go down. Also, it gives you summaries of the groups which are collecting the waste. Shows you who collects more waste. And also on the right, on the left, shows you how much waste is in stock as recoverables. Waste that the recycler can be interested, and they can go into the dashboard and understand how much waste is in stock. And then if you want to see the effort of each group, there is a summary showing the groups and how much waste they are collecting. So it's work that in progress. It can be improved by suggestions. The good thing of this dashboard is that you can filter down to the sub-county, which sub-county generates waste. Like now she has picked Nyali. Can you pick, yeah, okay, so Nyali, it shows you
now
how
the
much
chair
waste
has to intervene.
Was
I
collected.
think we are doing very badly on time. I'll suggest that
we share this, that anybody who has interest can contact it privately. I think we are almost 1.5 hours late. Kindly.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll move to the next presentation. The good thing with the ladies, they are usually very brief. Eva? Energies are burnt down, so if you go past 5 minutes, people are they're not concentrating, they're actually doing their own things.
Good evening. Now, I am torn in between Daktari here and the pressure that he's about to give me in terms of time. 2, adult learning, that it's the end of the day and the concentration span is very low. I will also say there is a third aspect. You're on your laptops. So because you're on your laptops, I will ask you to go to www.mentimeter.com. So go to mentimeter.com. Since you're on your machine and also on your phone, you can do this on your phone. So I need you to go to mentimeter.com. Menti, M-E-N-T-I, meter, kama ile ya maji, meter.com. Please oblige me because I will know you're all 25 in the room, and then if I count the guys at the back, I have about 30 people in this room, so I will know if you're in the room. The virtual room, the Mentimeter room. Daktari is about to release you for your cocktail, but please engage me for a bit here. So are you on Mentimeter? I will check. Sorry? So if you're on Mentimeter, there's a code you need to enter. Daktari, I will also ask you at this moment, kindly to then go to mentimeter.com on your phone, on your laptop. Yes. That's why I said you're 25 in the room. As I said, I am fighting 3 helixes here. Time, Daktari, and your cocktail. So the faster you do this, then the faster we get away. Okay, so mentimeter.com. The gentleman at the back there, I ask you to indulge me. Okay. I'm sure, okay. Whoever is on it, please add the code. You need to enter 38831838. 38831838. Adult learning becomes a challenge, especially at 6 o'clock. So in my other life, I'm a trainer, so I'm going to try and engage. So on that application, I have asked you one question. Please rate. On your computer, you can slide. Rate the appeal of the following solutions for circularity in your organization. Would you rather do innovation? Would you rather do learning and information on circular economy? Would you rather capacity building? Now, the code is 38831838. If you have data on your phone, this will not take more than 500 MB. 38831838. So mentimeter.com, key in the code 38831838. Are we all in the room? Okay. Please rate by sliding either or the suggestions on your phone, what you'd rather in terms of circularity for your organization. Is it business development? Is it innovation? Is it learning and awareness? Thank you, Daktari. I can see you have voted. Now, the trick is this, is at the end of my presentation, I will portray the results, and we can tell how many people actually participated. Thank you. I will wait as you participate. So please go on to the next slide. So as a way of introduction, my name is Eva Kemani, and I'm the project manager for Boost, which is a partnership between Close the Gap Kenya, MDF Training Consultancy, Crosswise Works, and NITA. Now, what do? We have the thematic area of circular economy, and we do this with 3 tracks: provide education, which is skill development and soft skills. We also promote entrepreneurship, and then we provide the infrastructure support to then be able to do this. This project is specifically for in Mombasa who are between 18 to 35. So go on to my next slide. So what is our journey so far? Next slide. As I said, we're 4 different organizations. Next slide. I've already done this, please. Next slide. So why circular economy? So go on to the next slide. So we peg our interventions on different policies that have been just not in the country, but across board internationally. So the Vision 2030 in regards to the manufacturing and industrial growth, the Mombasa County in terms of reduction of solid waste menace, and then within the SDGs, we have SDG 12 and SDG 8. Now, this is about decent work and then also the reduction of our waste. Next slide. So what have we been able to do so far? We've been in Mombasa now for the last 1.5 years. If you count also the COVID year, that is 1.5 years. We implement different activities and engagement, and I want to give you a highlight of this. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we've done is invested in our infrastructure. And I'm not talking just any kind of infrastructure. We have a manufacturing plant in Jomvu. Perhaps I need to go back. When we talk about circular economy, in this room, we were invited because you're talking about plastic. But circular economy has different aspects. There's health, there's e-waste. We are in the e-waste sector. Now, we peg the e-waste because one of our consortium partners has been working with refurbishing, recycling, and repair and maintenance of ICT assets. So that caters in for the circular economy within e-waste. So the plant and the investment that we've done in Jomvu is to ensure we are able to get ICT or IT equipment and be able to repair, maintain, and get it back out into the market. I'm sure in one of your drawers at home, you have phones that you've had for the since we started having phones, actually. What are you doing with those phones? Or what are you doing with that laptop? The keyboard has plucked out. Why don't you bring it to Eva? We can repair and refurbish it and get it back in market for social impact projects. So they go into institutions that are for education or hospitals. So we donate them back, some of them, or we sell them after we do the repairs. So our infrastructure, as I said, we have in Jomvu. We also have a co-working space at Ratna Square in Nyali. And the other activities also take part here in Likoni with the youth, which I will highlight later. We also have a DigiTruck, and the DigiTruck is a refurbished container that is equipped with solar panels and with 20 computers that allows for the computer to travel across the counties to then provide digital skills to low-income areas. So as of now, we have a program that's been running for the last 4 months in Jomvu, where the youth around that area then come and get certain skills. How is it linked with circular economy? As I said, all the computers that are on that DigiTruck are refurbished, repaired, And they're within the factory setting. So we also train in regards in soft skills and technical skills on repair maintenance of ICT assets, which is where NITA then comes in because it's an accredited curriculum. Next slide, please. So this is our Jomvu Center. Next picture. This is just to demonstrate what's there. Next. We've ensured that we've only employed youth. So if you're above 35, then you're not engaged within the project. Next. The other pillar, as I mentioned, is about knowledge transfer and awareness creation. A lot of the times I've had all the presenters talk, and I also heard Susan talk about how we're creating awareness. So how have we been creating awareness and transferring knowledge? One of the things that we've done is developed a curricula on circular economy. The other thing is that we engage employers in regards to greening of their workspaces. So how do you lessen the waste that is within your workspace? The other thing is that we ensure there's decent work. I think one of the gentlemen, yes, hand in hand, also mentioned about decent work. Now, we also have a decent work curricula within the waste management sector. And I would be happy to collaborate in regards to how we can do this together instead of replicating things. What's the other thing that we do? So as I said, we are running the ICT repair and maintenance curricula together with NITA. Next slide. So these are some of the students from Technical University of Mombasa, as well as KEMU, who we engaged in regards to just providing knowledge and skills on circular economy. Next. Next, please. So we are engaged in different activities. This was a beach cleanup during the Earth Day, because if it's circular economy, then it means environmental sustainability. So next page. Slide, rather. What's the other pillar that we are engaged in? And I know you've also mentioned this across board. Public sector and private sector partnership. As I said, we partner with different organizations. I'm happy to hear Lafarge was here. We've been working actually with William Wangi from the Geocycle in regards to even just providing training back to women who are from CBOs around Mwakirunge and who do collection. Now, we've also partnered with the Technical University of Mombasa, and I noticed that there was one of, you're here. So in the Department of Innovation, so then we can come up with ideas and co-create, and I also realized that Hand in Hand mentioned the same thing, that we do co-creation. So that's one of the other things. Then we also partner with Swahili Port, Ajira, and eMobilis in regards to providing digital skills, and within it, we've encompassed the circular economy. Final slide. So these are just some of the pictures. Next slide. So what have we done in terms of innovation? When we were asked to present, we were asked what is within our innovation space, or what are we doing in terms of innovation? And I want to just highlight that one of the things that we realized is that if you want for continuity, you need to have the curricula. So as I said, the curricula with NITA allows, as we're talking about circular economy, who's going to repair and refurbish? Case study, when you're looking for an electrician to just repair your air con, how long do you have to look? Now, we are asking people to repair and maintain, but we are not giving them the skills. So we decided that we are going to partner with NITA to then be able to provide those skills. The other thing is that we do co-creation through hackathons. So we work with different organizations. You bring us your challenge within the circular or waste management. And we get different innovators within one room, and we create a solution for you. And you own the solution together with the team. So there's also areas about intellectual property, and we ensure that we maintain that. Now, we've ensured we've done the partnership circularity through innovation support. So different youth come in who've been collecting waste. What do they want to do? They want to come up with entrepreneurship ideas. So we support them through a 12-week incubation program. So they have plastic they've collected and they want to make them as earrings, or they have banners they have collected, and what business can they develop out of it? And finally, human-centered design. Our partner, Crosswise Works, has worked on a product that is around how do you make your business circular? Because this is, again, human-centered design. So when you engage us, then we help you in terms of the business support services to come up with innovative ideas that are within the circularity to come up with a product. So as I said, we have the innovation, we have knowledge transfer, we have partnership, and we have the infrastructure. So we are putting our money where our mouth is, or is it our mouth where our money is? So to finalize that, I want to play a 3-second video. Please play for me the video.
Ensure it is 3 seconds. Huh?
You have no way of checking until you...
After 3 seconds, you cut it.
So please play me the video. It would be unfair for it to play with no sound.
Meanwhile, Richard, start warming up. I'm tempted to cut the video because I know some of us are traveling back to Mombasa. And they have to test the other thing.
Okay, let me give a brief of the video then, if you will not allow me to play it. This
the first, of course, is the urge to save the environment. We saw this opportunity of recycling these billboards and banners because majority of them were ending up in waste. So that's the opportunity that we saw us. Kenya has a big problem of unemployment. So this is Actually, there were two main things why Rocker Design was founded in January 2020. The first
your moderator has been very patient with you.
Actually, there are two main things why Rocker Design was founded in January 2020. The first, of course, is the urge to save the environment. We saw this opportunity of recycling these billboards and banners because majority of them were ending up in the waste. So that's the opportunity that we saw first. Kenya has a big problem of unemployment. So this was the other main reason as to why we started this business, so that we can create employment for ourselves and also for the other youths that will work with us.
Thank you. I'm looking for partnerships. I'm looking to engage in regards to learning and development and to creating awareness within the circular economy space. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Eva. Richard. And the moderator apologizes for harassing you.
We will make a special appeal so that the next dialogue will start with you in the morning and end with the others. Secretariat, please. Richard, I've been very patient with Eva. Kindly try to keep to time so that we avoid unnecessary harassments. Here you have one.
Good afternoon. Good evening, sorry. My name is Richard Kaineka. I work with the Kenya Association of Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers, and thank you for inviting us here. So I'm discussing sustainable networks in plastic value chain. Let's move to the next one. Just keep frying. Yeah? Yeah, so recycling. Kenya Recycling Association is a business manufacturing, is a business membership organization for the private sector industry involved in materials recovery from waste. This includes and is not limited to retrieval of material from waste, repair, refurbishment, recycling, manufacturing, composting, power generation, or any other initiative aimed at extracting value from waste. Yeah, so waste processing presented in this illustration. Consider this pie chart that also puts the material capacity. You can see we have 60% organic waste. We recommend that to be composted. Then we have materials that are directed to landfill. Let's go to the next one. Then we have the ones that can recycle. It's 20%. Let's move to the next slide. Great. Now this is the current plastic value chain. Honestly, I cannot see clearly. Maybe I need to start here. Yeah, so basically we have number one. Number one is the people who are doing waste picking. This involves the scavengers and also the CBOs and the garbage service providers. We have number two. Is there something we can do with the colors? Yeah. The aggregators. Sorry. 1 minute. Cannot see that. I hope you read that. Thank you very much for this. So we have the number one as waste pickers, then we have aggregators, and we have some explanation on the right side. And then we also have waste dealers. These are the people who just buy waste and go on to sell. We also have value addition, category 1. These are people who process waste. Then we have category 2. These are people who buy processed waste and convert it to secondary raw materials. Then we also have the converters, number 6. These are the people who produce, the enterprises that produce finished goods from waste materials, wholly or halfway. Let's go to the next one. I think I've explained this. These are the examples of those people who are doing that. Waste pickers, CBOs and garbage service enterprises. Micro enterprises that buy valuable waste, those are the aggregators, ama watu ya viwanja. Then we also have value addition 1. These are the correct and sort grind plastics into flakes. Then second category value addition are the people who process waste into secondary raw materials. The pellets are the example. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah, so how do we eliminate challenges in the value chain? Like I had said earlier, the current value chain is by default, it's not by design. This is because the lower tier, these are the waste pickers. We know the kind of people that they are, the scavengers. So if we were to make it sustainable so that every person benefits, every player in the value chain is able to benefit, then we need to address some challenges and also design the value chain. This would be inclusive of the introduction of the sorting at source, as you can see, number 1. Then there is the introduction of MRFs, material recovery facilities. Then there is the ban on unsorted waste handling and illegal dumping. This is an issue to do with enforcement. And I think these are things that are very possible. Then counties to adopt and complement their value chains. Every county has a value chain. And by adopt, we mean they need to get into the category of the value chains and work with these people. And also they need also to complement. Complement is to empower and make them, equip them and give them the right capacities. Then provide affordable credit to finance recycling equipment procurement. We know that the kind of recycling that we are doing is funded by, as Mr. Albert said in his presentation, that the kind of people and the businesses that we are having recycling are very low funded. So there is a huge gap where that is concerned. Then there is number 6, the issue of land. There is a serious scarcity of land. We know the first, the second, and the third categories of the value chain are operating in almost illegal land. And like Ms. Gedaiga said earlier in the morning, that we are living in a criminal what? In a crime scene, yeah? So for us as recyclers, maybe we should be writing books about our lives in crime, because literally we operate illegally, and it's a very, very sorry situation. So we need to have land. Such people as aggregators cannot afford to lease a property and still make a meaningful income. Then we have the issues to do with the tax on recovered material and equipment. If I had time, I would want very much to dwell on that, because we are looking at post-consumer products, like probably what I'm having here. This product was taxed when it was getting into our country at the point of entry. It was taxed at the point of manufacturing, taxed at the point of branding, and then at the tail point. Then when it hits the post-consumer stage, the recyclers are also supposed to pay for the VAT. When we grade these products, when we are selling, we have to pay VAT. Sometimes we feel like it is very unfair, especially when we get to the market, because it becomes very difficult for us to pay tax and at the same time compete with virgin materials and also compete with products that are made from virgin materials. So these are very, very valid requests that we hope that will be considered. Then there is the call to expedite enactment of favorable legislations. The example that we shared is the Sustainable Waste Management Bill. Last week I was told that it has already gotten to the Senate. So this is very encouraging, and also the EPR, this is the Extended Producer Responsibility Regulations. Somebody talked about this in the morning. These legislations are going to turn around our ecosystem. Let's move to the next one. I hope I'm still, sorry. So collaboration and partnership for sustainability. We are not able to become sustainable. This recycling as a business cannot honestly be sustainable unless we work together. And this is very encouraging. And I want to say very, very briefly that this forum is, what should I say? It's very emotional. Yeah? Those people who are in recycling, like myself, we wiped tears from morning till now, because everybody was sympathetic. Everybody is talking about what they are going to do for us. I'm happy for the Geocycle, the Bamburi, my brother, talking about buying tires and everything. You see, we are talking about very immediate solutions here, but I'm sorry, the moment we unpack and go, the recycling will continue the same way. So we really need commitment. And one of the things, and I was really hoping that Daktari will be here, because yesterday when I got in Mombasa, I talked to a number of recyclers in Mombasa, and they had very serious concerns, and I wanted Daktari to be here. But there are some things that you guys can just allow us to do without bothering us, no? Because there is no crime in recycling. There is absolutely no crime. We are not selling liquor, we are not touting, we are not doing anything bad at all. We would want, when you engage with us, just come and say hi, look at what we are doing, encourage us to move on. Yeah, let's see what you have to do where issues to do with statutory requirements are concerned. Maybe you can waive that for us, or we can have an understanding where you can ask us, you see, I'm giving you 3 months because I can see that you are making some money. Please see how you are going to get yourself a license. Okay, so without partnership, I think I talked too much about that. So benefit of joining organizations like the Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers, I think you can see that better linkage. There is a building of network. Let's move on. Access to information, membership organization, and a source of latest information on recycling trends, getting discount and support. Members enjoy discounted leads from appointed bodies, then training and recycling advice. Let's go on. Yeah, members are able to get frequent information on how the business is trending. Other helpful intervention is, as somebody said, there is very low awareness education and recycling education. We need to come together and work towards getting more people into recycling. We need to know how to get more people to join the recycling. And I would want to ask as a question, even as I'm getting out, let's move to the next slide, that as we are going through this forum, we are talking about collecting more waste, enhancing of collection rates, raising our collection rates, involving more people. I think we need to talk about bringing more people into recycling, encouraging recycling, especially by our people, our very, very own people, not very much foreigners, but waste collection done by our people. That more people will want to get into recycling, and more people will want to put their money into recycling, and we need to create this awareness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. I wish I was working with the county. Some of the points you put there could have considered them. Secretariat, confirm if we can get Manyara back or if we lost them. Manyara, did we lose him? Okay. So I want us to give our presenters two sets of club. The first one, to apologize for harassing them, just because of time. Let's go. Second one, for presenting late, but they still did it very well. I'm done at our club, Jaman. So my request to Secretariat is that if some of these presentations, especially the link even to that web-based system, could be shared with us, then we could provide very constructive comments on them. With regards to the next part, which should be on questions and answers, our suggestion, because of time, is that if you have burning questions, then we combine them and do it together at the end of tomorrow's presentations. But if they are overburning, then you can send email at night to the presenters so that by morning you have your responses. As I'm concluding, someone dealing with the logistics to come, then later on I'll hand over to organizers to close. Daktari was to be dealing with the next session, but I can't see him here. I don't know whether he has been recalled again. Someone dealing with logistics, in-house things. As you move in, Innocent, you'll wrap up.
Ya, ndio kinacho mwanzo kina mwisho. Tunaelekea kilele cha mkutano wetu wa leo ili tuweze kuingia to the next most anticipated session, cocktail. And I know we are going to utilize the cocktail session to interact and to ask more questions. For the panel, for the questions to the presenters, kindly tomorrow we'll communicate on how they will be relayed, maybe via email, but we'll come up with a common way to handle that. Today you are going to be facilitated with your subsistence cost facilitation. Kindly see Immaculate. Immaculate, kindly raise up your hand, or you can stand so that we can be able to locate you. Yeah, that is Immaculate. From my end, I'm supposed to support you with transport. I'm still arranging something with it. So tomorrow in the morning, you'll be able to get your 2 days transport logistics. Any question? In absence of any question, Jemima, will you kindly give us direction where? We are winding up. Fortunately, you have just stepped in. Maybe a reminder for those who have reported today or checked in today, you are reminded you have been booked on bed and breakfast. You have been booked on bed and breakfast. Kindly for your dinner facilitation, you will see Immaculate at that tail end of the table. This juncture, I want to pass the mic
of our day. We've already summarized how we are going to handle questions, and we are now jogged up for the cocktail. So may I now hand over back to Daktari to close and give us further direction, Daktari.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okuku, and thank you for standing in for me. Unajua siku hizi sisi tuko somewhere between politicians na executive, so we go out every now and then to answer to other responsibilities. I want us to thank Dr. Okuku before he. Daktari, tunataka kukushukuru, so please receive, kaa hapa alafu receive. And moderator, you harassed Dr. Innocent. So he was praying that you are presenting tomorrow so that he can revenge, but I think he doesn't have that opportunity to revenge. I think today's session is officially closed in terms of presentation. I don't want to say much. I see you are tired. We are going to discuss this and any other issues at the next stage, which is the cocktail. And our cocktail had wanted to be a little bit different.